was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. Weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to round one of the Rookie World Masters, hosted by the AC Friends community. This is not a voice that you may be used to, as I am Stephen Stewart from the Jamaica Simulation Racing Association, here to help out where and when I can with our friends over at the AC Friends community. We are visiting the Sonoma Raceway circuit, the NASCAR circuit to be exact, as we are just finishing up our free practice session and heading into the first set of qualifying for the GT2 class. These cars were developed by the AC Friends community, as you should know by now. So we'll have two separate races, two separate sprint races, let me say, followed by a multi-class race between both the GT2s and the GT4s. So the first set of races are in the GT2 classification, and we are very excited as we've seen the times going down and down and down since the beginning of this qualifying session. We will ride along board with these drivers as they get their first out lap going and ready and on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round one of the Rookie World Masters, as we will be watching some very exciting racing based on what I'm seeing in the practice session at least. Again, I will be your host for this evening. It is afternoon here in Kingston, Jamaica, but nonetheless we are very excited to see what is to come in the next few moments. So as we stated, we are visiting the Sonoma Raceway NASCAR circuit, 2.52 miles of track, 12 turns, located in California, not too far away, but here we will ride along board as the first flying lap will be starting in only, well, right now, as he heads down up into turn 1, 2, and 3. So yes, we are riding along board here with Mr. Romiano of the Tradition Sim Sports Racing Team. So we'll watch him as he tackles his first few laps. We'll watch the live timings as well to see where the drivers are, who is improving, and who will be looking like they will be taking pole. But we did see it in the practice session that Mr. Tasker here has been the fastest man on track, setting a 109, but we know that practice is one thing, qualifying is another. But as it stands, he does have a purple sector 1 with a 49.906 and does set his first flying lap over 1 minute 10.359, 6/10 clear of the next car right behind Mr. Dennis Mayer in the Lotus Exige. But he is on his second flying lap, so we'll continue to watch. It seems there's only 2 sectors on this track, so it's just about getting the first section, which is very twisty and turny, and I guess you can say the same sector 2 is a little shorter by about, let's say, about 20 seconds if I We'll get to that momentarily, but yes, as we said, the next closest time is a 1:10.898, followed by Sasha Gerard with a 1:11.311. So the times between P3 to P5 are separated by a few mere tenths. 2 tenths quicker is Mr. Tasker there in Sector 1, and it's still looking like he's pushing to see if he can make his way through to secure that pole position. I am noticing Dennis Mayer about 5 tenths up on his previous time, so he should be pushing, but there goes Mr. Tasker there, setting a even faster lap with a 1 minute 10.064. Dennis Mayer did improve to a 1:10.567, and Sasha Gerard is improving slightly, but not enough to trouble the 2 ahead of him. We do have Mialo right there in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo, and he did improve on his time, moving him right up into P4, so we'll continue to watch that. We'll ride along now in the KTM Expo of our friend Sasha Gerard, car number 23, which is funny enough my favorite number and my driver number, so he's obviously my driver of the day, but we'll try not to put any commentators curse on him, because in our own league it seems that my commentary curse is a little bit on the powerful side. But he was showing me his livery that he is utilizing right now a little bit earlier in the week, and it is one to behold. It's very fascinating to see the creativity in the sim racing world and community. He is 5 tenths up on his personal best, but it does not look like he'll be improving enough to trouble the cars ahead of him. But as we speak of that, Mr. Tasca there setting an even faster lap now, losing out in the final sector, but still improved to a 1 minute 10 flat. 1:10.000 is the pole time to beat as it stands. We'll ride along board with Mr. Sasha as he starts his next lap, but we'll move on between the cars, because again we do have a few different what do you call them, brands on the, or constructors, let's say, as we have the Lamborghini Huracan ST Evo 2, the Lotus Exige GT2, the KTM Expo GT2, the Ferrari 488 Challenge, the Maserati MC20, and the Mercedes AMG GT2, and I think that's a Brabham BT63 I see down there in P9 and P10. So those two surely trying to see if they can improve on their times as they go along. As it stands, again, Tasca is just improving. He's up by a full 10th in sector 1, 500s up in sector 2, and improves to a 109.927. So currently the fastest car on track. I believe he was the only one that touched the 109s earlier in the practice session, so we'll continue to watch and monitor that. Sasha Gerards does improve to 111.053, 500s clear of the car behind him, so I'm sure he might be wanting to improve on his time as the session goes on. We have 8.5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, and I'm sure we will hear and see these drivers improving as it goes along. Track Evolution does also play a very good account in this evening's race, so we will continue to watch and monitor that. As it stands, nobody seems to necessarily be improving other than Mr. Settler here in car number 52. He's about 3 tenths up on his personal best, so that would promote him all the way up to at least P5 if he can continue on this pace with no mistakes being made. But he is looking relatively good as he comes around the final corner. This is the stretch to pull and go and go and go and go. Will it be a 1:11.3 is my count, and 1:11.1 promotes himself all the way up to P4. So that was his lap that he needed to at least get as close to the top 3 as possible. He is sitting now in the quote-unquote best of the rest position, and he will be pushing that Mercedes AMG through these corners. This is one of my favorite tracks and one of our favorite tracks at the JSRA as well, just to note. We've had many races here and a lot of drama. We do have some key sections that we'll get to as well in the duration of this session. But as it stands, nobody necessarily seemingly improving. Well, we will take a look at Mr. Del Canto, who comes around the final corner, is at the final corner, right? To finish his lap. And yep, there he goes. He did improve by a full 1.5 seconds, moving himself right up there into P3, taking that position right away from Sasha Gerard and relegating Mr. Gerard all the way down to P4 now. So the battle is on. 3 tenths is the gap between P2 and P3, and a 10th is the gap between P4 and P3 as Mr. Sasha does improve on that last lap. So now we see where the qualifying will get a little bit more heated as the times are dropping down more and more. 4 tenths, or let me say 3 tenths between P4 and P5, and then 200ths between P5 and P6. 10th between P6 and P7. So if this is how this race is going to be, we may have 2 separate races, but we do know that some drivers do prefer qualifying to the race, so we'll continue to watch and monitor that as the time goes and progresses. Ladies and gentlemen, this looks like the battle to be had as we'll be watching on board with Mr. Del Canto, who is not necessarily improving on this lap. We'll take a look at Mr. Dennis Mayer, who is starting his next lap after this corner. We'll see if he can put any threat to the car ahead as he just finishes his out lap and is now on his next flying lap. 5.5 minutes remaining. Del Canto, however, and we'll go back to him in a moment's time, but he is about 4/10 up on his personal best, so he might be one to throw in a little bit of drama here and take away that P2 position if Mr. Mayer cannot improve. But we'll watch as the qualifying session progresses. This tracks like these I am very excited for as well, mainly because the short nature of these tracks does lead to a lot of drama. We will have 2 sprint races this evening, as we will have the 15-minute qualifying session come to a conclusion in a moment's time, followed by a 30-minute sprint race between the GT2 class, and then they will get a brief break as we start the GT4 qualifying session, 15 minutes, and then a 30-minute race as well. We will take the reverse grid top 10 from each class, and we'll be having them battle it out in the multi-class series, which will be a 90-minute race. We will take a little break intermission to give the GT4 class a little bit of time to recoup and relax a little bit, prepare themselves for that hour and a half I guess mini endurance you can call it. But let me just take a quick look here at Mr. Tasca as he comes around the final corner and starts his or finishes up his lap. And does he improve? Yes, he does, and does move up to 109.846, just building that gap to the cars ahead. That Lamborghini Huracan just looks very powerful there up in P1 and P3, so that might be the car to be had. But these are balance of performance cars, so it's not that anybody has an advantage, it's just what you choose and fits your driving style will benefit you in the long run. But there is Mr. Tasca there, even still slightly improving on his time. I will take a look back again at Mr. Mayer, but no, does not improve. We haven't seen the Maserati as yet, neither the Ferrari really make an imprint, but there is Mr. Romiano in P5 there. Was that an incident with somebody else? I believe it might have been, but that just puts him right out of contention. So he has 2.5 minutes to get back out and at least try and get a quick lap in to see if he can maybe improve. So low fuel time. If he can get out now, he should have roughly 2 laps to qualify and see if he can gain an advantage. Here's a Ferrari looking very powerful now. So clearly the commentator's curse doesn't work here. It's a commentator's blessing, as every time I seem to switch on to another driver, they are looking like they are improving. But there you go, the top 7 in the 10s. 1 minute 10.994 is Mr. Mealo, and 1.10986 is Mr. Sattler in that Mercedes. So this fight looks very good, as even the Maserati is only a 10th above, and Mr. Gerard's in that KTM Expo is only a 10th above. So as it stands, this looks like about 2 races to be had. I am noticing a car there parked on the side. That should not be the case. I'm sure they will be finding their ways back to the pits sooner than later, maybe having some technical difficulties with their system, but nonetheless we'll continue to watch and monitor. Hopefully they'll get that sorted out sooner than later. The Brabhams though, those are the 2 cars that don't seem like they're getting a hang of the track. Maybe not the best for round 1, so we'll see how they move forward in the series. This is only round 1, so we'll continue to watch and monitor as that goes on. But as it stands, there goes a Brabham car coming around the starting section of this track. That's about turn 4, turn 5, heading down now into the fast right hander. Use up that curb on the left hand side, and this is the portion of the track where you're going to see a lot of very creative moves we've seen in the past at the JSRA, where persons will just throw a dummy and maybe try and force a driver to make a brief mistake quickly here or there. But we'll definitely continue to watch and monitor. I'm not getting audio from the Brabham, or not loud at least, so this might be the car that we won't be paying attention to too much, as the current sound a little bit low, so we'll continue to watch that as we go on. But nonetheless, we ride along board with the Lamborghini in P3, in P1, and we'll continue to watch that as the time progresses. We have two races separated basically, between the 109 to 110, 5 between P1 and P3, then P4 all the way down to P7. But as we said, as it stands, nobody seemingly improving on their times. So as it stands, this looks like the status quo. 16/10 is Del Canto improving on his current time. So will this be the lap where he throws that extra drama into the mix? He's about 2/10 clear, or up on his personal best. Will he be able to improve and take away that P2 position away from his the Lotus Exige right in front of him? 103 it is, coming around the final corner now, and he needs at least a 110.403. Does that improve? No, he does not. 110.6. So he does stay where he is. This is the status quo. Mr. Tasca there, seemingly like he's going to just be driving into the pits and making his way through. Katla putting a foot wrong there, unfortunately, and not improving. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the qualifying session done. And what a start to this season we have seen so far. So as it stands, on pole position is Mr. Tasco, followed by Dennis Mir in P2, Del Canto in P3, Gerards in P4, Romiano in P5, Sattler in P6, Mialo in P7, Vandel in P8, and Dalera in P9, and Bohax to top off the rest or runner of the grid in P10. So we will have a brief break now, but as we wait and ride along board, we will sit right there in front of Mr. Tasco, the current pole sitter of the series, or of this race, let me say. We will have a 3-minute break in between for the drivers to get in and prepare. So just to take a brief look quickly, we will look at the entry list for the GT2 classification. We do have, or it's not in any necessary order, but right now we do have Mr. Vandelli driving in the, my apologies, in the Maserati MC20, car number 555. Who else is here in the series? That looks like everybody from that round, but we do have Mr. Dennis Mir sitting in P2 in that Lotus Exige. We do have Mr. Thomas Tasco in P1 in that Huracan ST Evo 2, car number 521. We do have Biotond Bohax, car number 532 of the driving the Brabham BT62 GT2 car. We then have Mr. Mialov in the Ferrari 488, who is currently sitting in P7. Sasha Gerards in P4 in the KTM Expo. Andy Romianowski in the Maserati MC20 GT2. Then we have Kilian Sattler in P6. Then we also have Pier Domenico Dalera in P9, driving that Brabham BT62 as well. So as the time does dwindle, we will ride along board with these drivers as they prepare and get ready for a 30-minute sprint race. We have about a minute and change remaining until the race begins, but as it stands, we will be having a standing start, my apologies, for the sprint race, and we are looking forward to the battles to come. The top three separated by a few tenths. Tasker separating himself from the field very nicely, as a matter of fact. Then Sasha Gerard's in P4 all the way down to P7, if I remember correctly, was separated by a few hundredths and mere tenths, or a tenth, let me say. So we'll definitely be looking forward to that battle. The start will be a standing start for both sprint races, but the rolling start will come with the multi-class race. But nonetheless, we will get racing in only a moment's time. Again, 30 minutes of action coming. We do have 6 lights on the board and ready to go racing. Drivers must be so antsy and getting ready and prepared for this sprint race to come. I am your host. Let's get racing as Mr. Tasker gets a brilliant start there, which seems as if some drivers maybe lost the cue that this is a standing start and not a rolling start. But there is Tasker already under pressure by Mr. Mayer right behind him in that Lotus Exige, seeing if he can make an early move on him and his car, the driver ahead of him. But the two Lamborghinis, the Lotus is in a currently in a Lamborghini sandwich, break by the 200, hug that inside curb, and there they go. We'll ride along there. Sasha just looking there and lurking, waiting to make his move when it is possible. But as it stands, the top five, are separated by only a few mere seconds, and the drivers are on the way. The race has begun. We have 30 minutes to go. This is about a 1 minute and 10 minute lap per 10 minute time per lap. My apologies. Got a little bit of tongue twisting there, but we should see a lot of drama, especially tracks like these where you have to just be as focused as possible, especially in these GT2 cars developed by the AC Friends community. My apologies that we had that overlay on the screen for a little bit of extra time. There goes the Mercedes-Benz, losing it slightly, giving the Maserati that chance to look on the inside and see where he can make that move. And does he make it? No, not enough speed, but they are heading down now into that braking zone where you can just put a little bit later braking. Takes a look on the inside. This is what I was saying. There's a dummy look where you can just kind of throw your driver off. Just point that car on the inside and maybe they make them think just that much extra. But as we speak, there is Dalera right there, and there is contact between P6, P7 and P8. So there goes Vandel, who will be relegated all the way back down to P10, unfortunately. I'm sure we'll be hearing about that in the stewarding section. Not sure exactly what happened, but nonetheless, the drivers make their way back around and the race continues. Dennis Mayer now still on the hunt, still not losing traction to the car in front, and so is Sasha, only 4 tenths off of the Lamborghini in front of him. So the two are definitely looking to see where they can be making that pace or finding that pace to keep up and maybe make a move at some point. On race fuel, 1 minute 11 looks like the top 4 time. 1 minute 10.5 was the fastest lap of the race so far, set by Mr. Thomas Tasker in that Lamborghini Huracan. Gerard's now losing a little bit of pace to the car ahead, but 30 minutes to go, anything can happen. Right now we ride along board with Mr. Dennis Mayer, who is sitting there in the Lotus Exige, still keep maintaining that gap within a second and learning as the race goes on. We'll see if he can maybe make that move at some point. You know, this is not what we call the desperation zone, but this is a moment where you kind of just watch and you wait and you hope maybe we can force a mistake, maybe we can just wait until they, you know, just leave that slight opening and then we can go for it. But nonetheless, 1 second is the gap between Mr. Mayer and Tasker. We will continue to watch that as the race ensues. .110.4 P1, 110.7 P2, so 3:10 slow was Dennis on that last lap. 1:11.8 and 1:11.6 was the two cars behind him. So Del Canto had the pace early on, but it's looking like he's losing a little bit of pace, maybe at this point doing a little bit of tire saving or just maintaining his race, but we'll continue to watch that. Sasha there cannot relax too much as he has that blue Mercedes-Benz right there in the rear view of his mirror, so he will have to be as consistent as possible as the race goes on. We have the Maserati there right on the rear end of the Brabham GT2 car, so this is the closest battle. We'll go right along board with Mr. Vandel and see who can maybe make that move stick. ACRT Racing is the team we are on board with. We have raced with them, as a matter of fact, in the AC Friends Community endurance series like the Nürburgring 24 hours, and there they go, taking out on the inside, does make that move stick. That is an unorthodox pass, and the two go side by side, pushing him as far as he can possibly push him is Mr. Vandel, and the two go side by side heading into the penultimate corridor. Now making that move is a Maserati, and Mr. Vandel makes that move stick and moves on to take P8 right there from Bohax, who is now under threat by the next Brabham Motorsports car, and the two will be fighting it out in the next few moments. But wow, what a move there. That was balls and brave. So we'll continue to watch that as the drivers push, and it's almost like they're pushing each other to go on and on and on as they go side by side. Did one go a little bit squirrely there, and there was contact. The two head into the wall. That Brabham car just looks so difficult to drive, especially with the Sonoma Raceway at the Sonoma Raceway circuit. So we'll continue to watch these two as they battle it out, maybe just trying to get through, and maybe at this point they're just enjoying themselves on track, but nonetheless they are a little bit out of contention for the cars ahead. 4 seconds is the gap between Dalera and P8 as it stands, and we'll watch if that continues to build. Sasha there now, I'm seeing that gap going down slowly, but these two are still going at it, and there they make contact again. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is looking like some real NASCAR driving at a NASCAR circuit. So we'll continue to watch and monitor that. But nonetheless, we'll definitely, I'm sure, hear about whatever is going on in the post-race stewarding room. But as it stands, we'll take a look at Mr. Dennis Muir on the hunt for Thomas Tasker, who is clearly just setting the pace, very consistent, set a 1 minute 10.2 in his final lap, or last lap, my apologies. So he is just very comfortable, just building his pace as it goes along. There is Bohax retiring, and that is our first retirement of this evening. Again, with the drama that we were watching, I'm not necessarily surprised, but nonetheless, we'll continue to watch and monitor as the race goes on. $110.270, so even improved on his last lap, but still Mr. Mir only 6/10 slower on that lap. So we'll continue to watch as that goes along and moves forward. This is a brilliant time now as the race has slightly plateaued to just take a look at this brilliant livery done um, being raced for What E Racing, and this is Sasha Gerard, car number 23. I am a huge Marvel fan, more Marvel than DC, but still watching and looking at this, it is just absolutely creative, and you know, it just goes to show you the creativity in the sim racing community. These guys have developed this mod, or these mods, they're even developing the mods that we will be using next week in our endurance series, a mini, very mini and small 3-hour event that we are partaking with at the Jamaica Simulation Racing Association. And luckily we were blessed with the LMDH and the GT3 class cars developed by the AC Friends community, so we are very much appreciative for the support that they've given us, and we look forward to many more events racing with them and doing our I'll try to do as much commentary if you guys enjoy my commentary, let's say, but if it's even just to give a helping hand with the streaming, I will help whenever I can. But nonetheless, what an awesome community this is. I have made friends already, and the teams are rapid. As we're seeing Mr. Tasca there just stamping his dominance there. 4 seconds is a gap between himself and Mr. Mayor right behind him in the Lotus Exige. Again, still stuck in between with a what do you call this, a Lamborghini sandwich, so he might not be as comfortable as you'd want to be, but as it stands now, Tasca can just cool down on the pace and just be as consistent as possible, as Sasha there setting his fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:10.8, so he should be seeing if he can kind of close the gap to the car ahead. He has about 20 minutes remaining. Maybe was doing a little bit of fuel saving there. But nonetheless, we'll watch and monitor as the race continues. The Maserati as well. This is one of my favorite liveries to look at, if I'm being honest as well. I love the combination of the blue and the turquoise, and then especially at a track like Sonoma, it just looks like the curbs right there that you'll be hitting, so it just blends absolutely perfectly in the series. So we'll continue to watch as that does come around, but his gap is closing to the car behind in front, so we're hoping maybe he can give us a little bit of extra action, as that 2-second gap has dropped now to 1.6. I saw 1.5 at a time, and Sasha as well has dropped from 2.1 to about 1.8, so he was 2 thousandths slower on that lap. To the car in front of him is Sasha Gerard's, but nonetheless, I'm sure he will be definitely trying to push and see where he can maybe gain back that time and put an attack on at the latter stages of this race. With only 13 minutes has passed, so it's not like it's a desperation zone as well, and you can make mistakes here. You can touch the curb in a wrong way and unsettle that GT2 car. That's the thing about them. You have to be so gentle and relaxed with them that if you put a foot wrong, that's your race undone. But nonetheless, these drivers are showing their talent and why they are in the GT2 class, as they are just very consistent, keeping it as clean and tidy as possible. The times were merely a few tenths, but again, qualifying setup and race setup can be two very different things. As there you see the Mercedes-Benz looking very squirrely, so that looks like it could have even been his qualifying setup, but you know, it can be fast but then not consistent to say, but nonetheless is looking pretty clean nonetheless, and keeping it on track when he needs to. 2 tenths quicker on that lap to the car behind him, so he still has a little bit of room and play to go with until he needs to start focusing, you know, a little bit more on the car behind. But he looks comfortable. That Mercedes looks absolutely stunning as he heads down now and begins. Right now the GT4 classes should be, I'm assuming, should be preparing themselves, maybe stretching their hands, stretching their legs, and getting ready for their sprint race to come. We had 10 drivers. Now we are relegated to 9. One retirement so far. This is only round 1, so we'll definitely, in my opinion, should have just stayed back and at least collected the points from the race, even if you are finishing in P10. But nonetheless, we'll watch that and see what will happen in the latter stages of this series. This is round 1 at Sonoma Raceway, and please be reminded that the grid will be reversed. So P10 in this regard, P9 would be starting in P1 for the multi-grid or multi-class race in the next few moments. But there is Mr. Romiano pulling the gap little by lap after lap. Andy Romianowski, my apologies, who is just inching closer and closer. 1.5 seconds is the gap, so he took about 5/10 out of Mr. Sattler in front of him on that last lap. So he's clearly on a mission to see if he can gain back that time and see if he can put a foot forward and make that move up on the Mercedes-Benz ahead. But 1.2 is the gap. That Maserati is coming in closer and closer each lap. We'll ride along board with him as well. Give you a break from my voice as you can listen to the beautiful sounds of this Maserati MC20. That gap now dwindling to less than a second, and we can still see Mr. Gerard's there, right there in front. Was 8/10 slower on this lap to the car in behind, and Mr. Romianowski is now on a hunt for that Mercedes-Benz. He was a 1 minute 10.7, so clearly had the pace this whole time and just said, you know what, let me just wait it out, get as much tire saving, and then by it looks as if it's the halfway point was his indicator to say, all right, it's push time. So he's now pushing, and that gap has dwindled to under 1 second. 8/10 to be exact, and he has the sights of that Mercedes-Benz right there for in the target and ready for the picking. Who will be the victor? Who will be will defense be king or offense be king? As Mr. Romianowski heads down now, 6/10, 7/10 is the gap between himself and the car ahead. Mr. Sattler there again. That car does not look to be too settled. Some advice that one of the drivers yesterday gave was, when you see the car behind, just relax, try and forget that he's even there, or that's where you're going to start making some mistakes. But nonetheless, there the car goes, the McLaren, here, my apologies, the Maserati MC20 right there in the slipstream, ready for the picking. 1:11.3 was his time, 1:11.7 was the car ahead. Now is where defense is going to play the role. Andy Romianowski in that racing for Tradition Sim Sport, car number 26 is on the hunt. Killian Sattler of the Watt E Racing in that AMG Mercedes AMG car number 52 will have to put on a defense of his life, as the next 13 minutes ahead of him will have him sweating a little bit watching that blue and yellow curb color Maserati there in his rearview mirror. But he looks like he's keeping calm and composed as the race is ensuing. Does have that Maserati in his rearview, but still, nonetheless, we'll be looking to see where he can, you know, defend and maintain his position. And there we see the Ferrari getting a DNF and retiring early with 10, 11 minutes remaining. That is unfortunate. Not sure if that was an internet issue or what. He did look like he was closing the gap to Mr. Vandel in front of him. But retirement is his virtue for this evening, so unfortunate for him there. Not sure what could have caused that. But nonetheless, we'll continue to ride along board here with Mr. Romanowski, who goes very deep into that corner, almost reaching into the rear end of that Mercedes Benz. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gerards has also closed the gap to that Lamborghini Huracan in front of him and the podium position. So the last 10 minutes, clearly these are the two drivers who decided that I'm going to wait it out until the latter stages, but maybe using too much of his tires now is Mr. Romanowski, because he looked very twitchy, especially with that GT2 car. Now that gap has extended to about 1.7 seconds, so that Mercedes looking as planted as it can possibly be. But we'll ride along board now on the KTM Expo of Mr. Gerards in P4. 1.2 seconds is the gap between himself and Del Canto excuse me, in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. So we'll watch and ride along board here as these drivers will be heading it out for the final 10 minutes of this race. We are now dwindling down to the 9th minute mark, so we'll continue to watch that as the race continues. Gap now dwindling to under second. Sasha there looking and pushing and pushing and pushing. This is getting closer and closer to what we've denoted in the JSRA, the desperation zone. And this is the part where you're going to have to start utilizing whatever is left of those tiles and hoping that enough time is there for you to just send a late obviously legal dive and see if you can make up that place. That is the fight for the final podium position that we are watching. There is Sasha in that KTM Expo. 7/10 is the gap, and we've said it in the earlier in the stream that clearly I don't necessarily have the commentators curse this afternoon or evening, but I have the commentators blessing as the gap now is dwindled to one. Well, it was down to about 6 seconds there. Just saw a driver coming out of the pits. is the Brabham Esports race. So luckily did not get into too much drama there with the drivers who are battling, but nonetheless was a little odd to see that for a second there, but maybe had some damage and had to do a few repairs, or maybe even just feeling the effects of the tires and just decided, hey, at this point let me just finish the race and change out for some new tires. But nonetheless, the gap has extended slightly now to about 1.2 seconds. Romanowski in the Maserati as well has dropped back that gap from 2 seconds to 1.4. He did lose out after going very deep into that corner, and now is trying to make his way up to see if he can take back that P5 position from the Mercedes-Benz in front of him. 5 minutes remains, and Sasha has now dwindled that gap to about 0.8 of a second, and will be pushing as fast as he can to see if he can make back ground onto the Lamborghini in front of him. He was about a 10th slower there, as a matter of fact, on the last lap. So it seems as if sector 1 is the Lamborghini's favorite part, and then sector 2 goes to the KTM Expo, based on drivers at least, because Mr. Del Canto tends to build a slight gap there to Mr. Gerards in the first few sequences in sector 1, and then as we head down to the ending of the lap, Mr. Gerards there just closes that gap to the car in front of him. But as it stands, we'll continue to watch that. Mr. Romanowski has found himself right there back on the rear end of the Mercedes-Benz driven by Mr. Kilian Sattler. So we'll continue to watch and ride along board. We have 4 minutes remaining. After this, we'll have the 3-minute or the 2-minute warning, my apologies. So this is what we've denoted the desperation zone. This is where you have to make the move. But Mr. Kilian Sattler has put that car where he needed to in the past to make sure that he has defense over anything. Again, we'll go back to the argument. Will defense be king or defense? Defense or offense, my apologies, as Mr. Romanowski now heading down there, right there in the slipstream of that Mercedes, and we'll be definitely trying to see where he can throw a dummy, maybe force a mistake, and see if he can get by that Mercedes-Benz. This is attempt number 3. One at the start, one at the midway point, and now this is going to be his final few chances to see if he can make up that extra place and be promoted from P6 into P5. Who is that? Dennis Mayer has disconnected from the servo, and that relegates or promotes Mr. Sattler and Romanowski now to P5, P4, Del Canto in P2, and Sasha Gerards in P3, still trying to see if he can make that position. So as it stands, that's an extra point there for Mr. Romanowski in the next few moments. Hopefully he'll be able to capture that and maybe make up a position when or before the end of this race. We'll have 30 seconds until the 2-minute warning, and these guys are on the hunt and in the midst of battle. 4/10 is a gap. He was a 10th slower to Mr. Sattler in front of him, so he'll be pushing and pushing and pushing to see where he can gain that advantage and get back in position, or take back that position, my apologies. 6/10 is the gap between himself and Mr. Kilian Sattler. In the final minute, 24-second gap is between Mr. Tasco and Del Canto in the Lamborghini. The two Lamborghinis are on the top steps. So as Mr. Tasca comes around the final two corners now, will be making his way to finish off. Well, he'll have one more lap of racing here. So on the next lap, we'll bring the conclusion to this race. There is no +1 lap. So as it stands, very comfortable ahead. But this is a moment where Mr. Sasha will want to make that move stick, looking very late on the brakes there, going as light as possible. 4/10 is the gap between himself and the car ahead. We'll watch and monitor as this final lap for them begins as they pass the start finish line. Will he be able to make that move? 1:10.955 is the gap, the lap given by Mr. Sasha there, and he will be pushing and pushing and pushing to see if he can gain that final position on this last and final lap. Tasca now reaching about the midway, almost past the halfway point, and is now heading around. So we'll just take a look to give him the congratulations as he heads down now into the final two corners. Thomas Tasca in the Lamborghini Huracan finishes off this race in P1. Dennis Miro had P2 but disconnected, and as he passes the line, takes a salute and a bow to the audience. P1 is Mr. Thomas Tasca. Dal Kent now having to defend off, but he is in the final section of this track, final sector as well, as they head down now into the carousel, into that very deep hairpin, and will be looking like he will maintain and hold position to Mr. Sasha Gerards as they come around the final corner. Dal Kent now finishes off in P2, Sasha Gerards in P3. What an epic event of what an epic race and finish to this event. Killian Sattler there in P4 finishes off, as well as Mr. Romianowski in P5. Those two had a brilliant battle as well, as they definitely enjoyed that run through the pack. I mean, Mr. Romianowski, I'm sure, should be kicking himself because he just made one too many mistakes when it mattered the most. But nonetheless, Dalera in the Brabham Motorsports comes in P7, Vandel in P6. We'll have Dennis Meyer again, unfortunate disconnection for him, as well as Mialo. But nonetheless, epic race from them earlier on, and I'm sure we'll see them back on for the reverse grid later this evening. But nonetheless, Thomas Tasca, absolutely brilliant drive to him, finishing off in P1. The two Lamborghinis taking that victory lap now side by side and enjoying that run in P1 and P2. They started P1 and P3, one promoted all the way to P2, and what a battle that was. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is what we're going off of, the GT4 classification is coming up next with a 15-minute qualifying session, followed by a 30-minute sprint race just like this. Then we will take a brief intermission for you to go and get some rest, get some water, get some juice, get some food, and then we will have the multi-class ready and waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have the GT4 classification up next. As we have about 2 minutes for drivers to just rewarm themselves up, feel the track grip, get back acclimated and acclimatized with the race to come. But what a brilliant first race that was in the GT2 classification. Right now we will start off with we'll just go on with the entry list for this evening's GT4 class, as we have Mr. Rodrigo Mendez in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of Portugal. We have the Audi R8 GT4 driven by Gunnar Free in the Valkyrie E-Racing team. Mercedes GT4 from Garage 62 driven by Aero Alvarez in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Dorian Pollo in B Series ACRT Racing Team, driver number 73 in the Mercedes again. We do have the M4 GT4, and I will tell you that my bias will go towards the M4. That is my favorite car. In driver number 90, Max Mayer driving the Chevrolet Camaro GT4 class in the Expecto Patronus number 2 racing car. We have many Mercedes here this afternoon, as we will be seeing Mr. Coach Eric Neath of the Coach Eric Academy Mercedes AMG GT4 car number 3. We'll have Seguirelez Esports team driven by Rafael Cruz in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 class. We'll have the Tradition Sim Sport number 2 Alpine IO GT4 car driven by Adrian Bernard. We'll have a Watt E-Racing driver, Mr. Michael Kraus, driving the Chevrolet Camaro GT4 only fitting for the Sonoma Raceway circuit. We'll have Caliente Racing Team as well in my second favorite GT4 car, driven by the French one Kimi Hior in the for Caliente Racing Team. We have Sputnik, a racing team that we've raced with in the past as well, driven by Dmitry Shapitko in the McLaren 570S GT4 car. We'll have another Porsche GT4, the 718, driven by Giacomo Reddi in the green Porsche GT4 car. 4B Series ACRT. We have FIHC Endurance Team in the Alpine AO GT4, driven by Balint Orvath. We'll have Moritz Racing Esports in the Toyota Supra GT4. Again, another one of my favorite cars, as well as another racer that we've raced with in the past that has given us a lot of trouble. Well, not sure of the driver, but definitely the team. But we have another racer from FIHC Endurance in the Ferrari 488 GT4. Then we have B Series ACRT again in the Audi R8 GT4. And then we have the another BMW M4 GT4 driven by Nick Kindred. Cristiano Marquez is in the Audi. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, practice session has concluded and the qualifying session will begin momentarily as the lights are now out and the qualifying session should begin right now. Drivers are already making their ways out of the pits to see where they can make their stamp on their qualifying session to becoming, well, first getting on to pole position as we ride along here with Bernard, and we'll watch him in that again very uniquely colored Alpine with the colors of that curb, so they will just be blending in perfectly as they go around these next few corners. But nonetheless, we'll ride along board with the live timing to monitor. These are the outlaps, so we shouldn't be seeing much, but we do have car number 7 in. We'll be starting us off here, and then we'll ride along board with the rest of them as the race continues. Here we have car number 7 coming around to begin his first flying lap. He is the first driver out there on track. So we'll watch and monitor that as he goes around. So just a reminder as well, we will have a 15-minute qualifying session followed by a 30-minute sprint race in the GT4 class. The top 10 results will be reversed for the multi-class series later down this evening. So we'll continue to watch and monitor. 12 minutes, only about 3 minutes has passed so far, or 2 minutes and change, let me say. 52.841 is his sector 1. And looking very fast as car number 40 and number 3 are about a good little while behind them. So as it stands, he does have the purple sector 1, so he's looking like the man that will be the one to beat, setting his first official lap with a 1:14.658, followed by a 1:15.795, which was quickly taken back by a 1:15.097, 15.48, 15.587. So as it stands, car number 7 here is definitely on track for the to be the man to beat, as even with his pole time so far, he's already about 2/10 clear of his personal best so far. We are seeing drivers improve. As we look at Mr. Neat right here, car number 3, he did a 1:15.097 and is roughly about 2/10 up on his personal best. So we watch and see if he can improve on his time in these next few moments. But even with his improvement, we're still seeing the Alpine of Mr. Bernard just taking that time and going down even slower and slower, as he's a 10th clear with a personal best sector 1 of a 52.731, and looking like he's going to be taking that pole position even further down the grid as he now improves a 1:14.456. But Mr. Neath here comes around and does set a 1:14.8. So as it stands, he's about 3.5 off of the car ahead of him. We'll continue to watch and monitor that. Mr. Mendez is the next person there who seems to be improving, but not enough to really throw a dent into the mixture. Mr. Boyo is car number 73 as well. Set a 1:15.3 on his last lap, and that is his best lap of the session so far. We do notice as well Mr. Alvarez, who is looking very clean, as a matter of fact, on his first sector at least. About 5/10 off of the pole setting time, but does lose out there in that last corner. So he's now looking like he might be able to be promoted to at least in the top 3. Hopefully we'll continue to watch and monitor that as that goes on. But as he heads down now into the twisty section, comes out and is preparing himself. My apologies, let me get the map back on. As he heads down the final 2 corners now, that hairpin, hog the inside line, use up as much of the track, don't touch the wall, and he comes around now. Will he improve? He looks like he should be improving on his time. Will he be promoted? And there he goes right up into P3 is Mr. Alvarez, car number 62. So the cars behind will have some work to do as it stands. Bernard looked like he was improving on his lap, but then had to back out, I'm guessing. So we'll continue to watch and ride along board with him as he goes. But right now the Alpine is being trailed by 3 Mercedes-Benz, then the BMW M4 and the Porsche GT4 cars. Those 2 cars will be looking to see if they can leave their imprint on the cars ahead of them. But the Mercedes looking like they're stamping their dominance there, holding out P2, P3 and P4. And the Alpine there in the front, very much so comfortable ahead, about 3.5 tenths clear of the cars behind. But Mr. Neath of Coach Neath Academy is not giving up too quickly, as maybe I might have spoken a little bit too soon there as he loses out there. But Mr. Alvarez now, my apologies, is looking rapid, as he might be just looking to take away that P2 position away from Mr. Neath right in front of him as he passes the line. 1.4889 to 800 down on the car ahead, and it will be looking again to improve where he can. He's already about a 10th clear on his personal best, so we'll continue to watch that as he goes around the track. But 3/10 clear is Mr. Neath in front of him on his personal best, so we continue to let me just take a sneak peek at him now as he's pushing and seeing where he can come. He's going through this little twisty section of the track, and this is where you gain a lot of time because you have to carry as much speed heading down now through onto the final sector, or should be passing onto the final sector now to head down now to see if he can maybe gain back that position from the car ahead. He's about 3/10 up on his personal best, and if it continues, we'll hope that the commentator's curse continues to be a commentator's blessing as he comes around the final 2 corners, looking very good, very promising indeed, if I do say so myself. Comes around the final corner, 114.744, lost a little bit of time in that second sector, but nonetheless does build a little bit more of a gap to the car behind, who looks like he might just be taking a little slow lap to recoup and get back on to track. I'll take this time now to look at the brilliant BMW M4 as he is, it seems, is on his out lap, or we'll continue to watch that as we go along. Based on this, it looks like he is on a invalid lap, it seems, so we'll count his lap on the next one. But what a beautiful car this is. It is one of my favorite, to say the least, and one of my favorite to watch go around this track as car number 90 does push and push and push. I believe he might have had an invalid lap on the lap before, and this might very well be. So don't look at the 2:06 at the bottom right of the track. I believe this might, or very well might, should be a valid lap as he's coming around to the final section. Now 2 corners left to go. Looks very neat and tidy coming out of that final section, but heads down now into the final corner and past the start finish line, and 1:16.4, so it was a valid lap but did not improve. Mr. Neath there does look like he might be trying to improve there, but Mr. Bernard, now we missed that, definitely stamped his dominance now, putting it in with a 1:14.342, so that is a very decent gap to the car behind, and 5 minutes is the remaining time in this qualifying session. So we'll watch and see who will be the benefactor of this qualifying session, as Mr. Poyo in that Mercedes Benz, looking very rapid as a matter of fact, to see if he can maybe gain back a position, but as it stands, not looking too promising to at least overtake the cars in front of him. But here is Mr. Hoya in car number 90, coming around the second to last, the penultimate corner, and he is 6/10 up on his personal best and looks very tidy again. Very tidy is that BMW M4, Porsche, my apologies. And there he goes, taking P5 away from the BMW M4 GT4 right there with a 1:15.472, a 10th clear of the car behind. 4 minutes remain, and then the next car ahead, the Mercedes-Benz, with a 1:15.3. so again, we're seeing 2 or maybe even 3 races for this race, because we have the top 3 separated by a few mere tenths, and then the next 1, 2, 3, 4 are separated by a few mere tenths, let's say 4 tenths each, and then the next 4 behind are separated by about 7 tenths. So we'll continue to watch this and monitor, because a long race is to be had, and this looks very funny indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes remaining, and there is a commentator's curse as Mr. Hoya in that Porsche GT4 makes his way into the wall and loses out. It did not look like he was improving that much. We take a quick look at the Supra as well, who, based on my telemetry and live timing, looked like he was improving on his lap, but there we saw when we went on to him, did look a little bit squirrely, so maybe it made or put a foot wrong there in that portion of the race of the qualifying session. So 3 minutes remain, ladies and gentlemen. We'll ride along board with this Toyota Supra as he tries and tries and tries to see if he can improve on his time. As a matter of fact, we'll take a quick look at Mr. Mayer here, who is almost 4 tenths up on his personal best, so that would not necessarily improve him to any car ahead of him, but still would at least improve him on his time to protect against the cars behind, as well as the Ferrari 488 here, driven by Mr. Mondrak, car number 8647. So we'll continue to watch and ride along board. I'll give you a break again from my voice as we reach to the final 3 minutes of qualifying. And as we speak, Mr. Neat there is was improving, and there goes the commentator's curse. But as we speak of that, the next person who is improving is Mr. Bernard here, currently on provisional pole, sits down there comfortably with a 114.342, but looking like he might be the first person to touch into the 113s as he is pushing and pushing and pushing, as he's at 10th clear in sector 1 and is pushing now up into the final section of this track, and comes around that final hairpin now to head down into the final corner. He's looking very good, very neat and tidy there as he comes around the final corner. Will he be the first to touch the 13s? No, he is not. Maybe invalidated somewhere, as he set a 114.466. So we'll ride along again with him in the next few moments, but as it stands, he is looking very comfortable to secure that position. 42 minutes remains in this qualifying session, so that will give Mr. Neath here only one final run at this top step of the podium, Mr. Alvarez maybe giving up and saying, all right, I'm clear from P4. I'll put my efforts into the race more than this qualifying session. At this point, he's put himself on the podium, and that is prime position to snatch away a place here or there in the first few stages of the race. So we'll watch and monitor, but nonetheless, 10 seconds remain. Mr. Neath down here now of Coach Neath Academy will be definitely trying to push and see where he can maintain. But as we said earlier, sector 1 was his fastest lap in the lap, fastest sector in the last lap, and he comes around the final corner now and look again very promising as he's heading down now into the final stretch. Does he improve? Yes, he does. To 114.196. He had the 113 in a hand, but nonetheless. And there's Mr. Neath looking like he's being. Oh no, that is his lap undone. So he'll just be making his way to the pits now to finish off his qualifying session. The Porsche GT4 as well making his way into the pits. Mr. Mendez here still on a hot and flying lap, is improving as we speak, as well as is the Ferrari. So we'll watch that as it goes along. And nope, there he goes right into the pits, is the Aston Martin. The BMW M4 does come around now as well to see if he can maybe make an imprint and improve even slightly. And does he? Yes, he does, but only in time, not in position. So as it stands, ladies and gentlemen, car number 7 is on pole position. In that Alpine A1 110 GT4 class, followed by Mr. Neath in that Mercedes-Benz. Mr. Alvarez, car number 62. Again, we have 3 Mercedes-Benz here from 2nd to 4th, so we know that that fight at the start will be absolutely brilliant. The Porsche only separated by a 10th. Behind sits in P5 the BMW M4 as well, in P6, only a 10th off of him, 2/10 off of P4. So this battle is going to be one to behold. We then have the Toyota Supra, car number 499 in the 155.767, in only 2/10 off of the car in front, but 4/10 off of the car in P4. The P8 is with a 116, so this is where that next race will begin between the Chevrolet in the driven by Mr. Mayo in P8. My apologies, as well as the Aston Martin in P9 and the BMW in P10, followed by the Ferrari, who just couldn't put the car down in the time when it mattered, in P11. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, what a fight this is going to be as the drivers are preparing themselves. We have about 2 minutes until the beginning of this race, and the drivers are ready to get going. If this is anything to state just like the beginning of the first race, ladies and gentlemen, what a battle that was. So we look out for the first initial stages of the race, and then we will make our way through as you hear the horns of the drivers ready and careening, ready to get racing. The 2 safety cars there at the rear end of the grid. This is a standing start. Again, this will be a standing start for the drivers. This is nothing new to them. The rolling start will come with the multi-class race, where the 2 classes will be separated and led by their respective safety cars. So we will watch and ride along board with them as the beginning of this race comes to fruition. And we have 6 lights on screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is the lights. And there they go, getting ready, and there they go. Very good start there. You could see the front end of that Alpine lifting up and ready to get going. The Mercedes-Benz already seen if he can make a move stick when and where it can be possible. And there goes another Mercedes. What was that? A Toyota Supra trying to make the move stick, or no, it was a BMW trying to see if he can make a move stick on the car ahead of him in the Mercedes-Benz. So he saw an opportunity, does take a look on the inside there, heading now into the braking zone. We'll be looking to see if he can make that move stick, and the two go in almost side by side. The Toyota Supra now, see if he can maybe make a move here. Is car number 499 as he rides and watches behind the biggest loser so far is Mr. Hoyer in the Porsche car number 40, who has dropped down about 4 places so far, or 3 places, my apologies, as he's now sitting now right there in the slipstream of the Toyota Supra. Looked like he was trying to see if he could maybe make a move stick. He lost 2 positions, my apologies, in the early stages of that race, so he will have to be making up that place at some point. As we even look there, the Aston Martin on the rear end of that BMW M4 again. The two go in side by side, and there is the Aston Martin making that move stick and moving past the BMW M4. We'll continue to watch and ride along board with them. But the Porsche, Mr. Hoyer in the car number 40, is the man to watch and behold, as he is the closest battle on track, trying to see if he can put that pressure on that Toyota Supra and get back that position. Car number 49 defending with his life. Only 1 lap has passed and it's 28 minutes remaining in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, what is to come? Coach Neath there is definitely not giving up his position either, as he is there sitting right there in the slipstream of that Alpine A110. And there is the BMW of Hamashi in the car number 4, car number 90 in the BMW M4, my apologies as well, just sitting in that slipstream waiting for his moment to gain back that position, or gain that position. We saw that the pace was only separated by a 10th between himself and P4, so he does have the pace to take that best of the rest position, but nonetheless he will be fighting it out and have his work set out for him this evening, as that Mercedes-Benz, as wide and heavy as it is just as wide on track for you to be able to even pass and see if you can get a move stuck on him. The Porsche there in the background as well, sitting comfortably in that slipstream, ready to pounce, and we're trying to see if he can even force a mistake in the drive of Mr. Schwartz in front of him in that car number 499, as he does look like he was taking a look there, but not enough room, not enough space to make that move. And there he goes. But there it is, the Porsche. The BMW, my apologies, has made the move on the Mercedes, but the Mercedes takes it back, and here it is into the braking zone. But this does put him under threat by the Supra. So the 4 from 4th to 7th will be the ones to watch, and will be fighting it out, as it seems the Mercedes is the biggest loser there. Mr. Poyo dropping from P4 all the way now to P7, and has the Porsche in front of him to fight back and see if he can gain back a position. There, the Porsche goes right down the inside of the Toyota Supra, driven by car number 499. And what good racing by these drivers. But guess what? That just puts Mr. Poyo right back into prime position to take back his at least one of the spots there, and is already looking to see if he can make the move stick. And there's contact. Now the Porsche will have his opportunity to get in, but no, does not. Mr. Poyo is the biggest loser there, from P4 now into P10, unfortunately. Has Mr. Kindred now to fight with, but the pace difference, he should be fine to make his way through the field. But there is the Porsche again on the inside, and the door was closed by the Supra, and contact again. Will he wait? And that is sportsmanship, ladies and gentlemen. You do make a mistake from here and there. Racing, rubbing is racing. The door was shut there, a little unorthodox for my liking, but nonetheless, respect to the Porsche driver, who then gives back the position. So as it stands, Mr. Hamachi of Tradition Simsport does sit in P4 and will be definitely trying to hold place, and he will have a buffer between 1, 2, 3 drivers and himself and that Mercedes Benz. So he has 25 minutes to save some tires and build as much of a gap between himself and that Mercedes Benz. But the gap, my apologies, the pace difference was very not so significant between the two. So we'll definitely be watching and monitoring that as the drivers go on. Mr. Mendes here, the Portuguese driver in P7, are looking on the rear end of that Ferrari. That Ferrari did start in P11, and I'm sure he will be trying his best to make his moves as quickly as possible, as he has the charging Mercedes-Benz there right in the rear view mirror of himself. 1.2 seconds is the gap between himself and that Mercedes, and then Mr. 2/10 is the gap between himself and that Ferrari. And there he goes, taking a look on the inside, looking very squarely. There's Mr. Mundrak in the Ferrari 488 GT4. But we'll definitely continue to watch that, as that gap between himself and the Mercedes has now dwindled. So again, you want to make the move stick as quickly as possible, and then maybe use that Ferrari as a buffer to try and build that bridge between yourself and the cars behind. But the drivers are pushing and pushing and pushing, and that Mercedes there is ready to take that picking away from the Aston Martin. But there they go, side by side, coming out to the penultimate corner. Your inside line is where you want to be coming into the next sequence. So Mr. Mundra does keep the prime position as they now head down into turn 1. Use a little bit of trail braking here. I'm sure will be trying his best. But there goes the Mercedes Benz again. That is his position. He just knows the line to take, and there he goes up into P7, and now has a Ferrari ahead of him to make quick moves. I'm sure will be trying his best to get rid of him as quickly as possible, but nonetheless we continue to watch and monitor that as the racing continues. 4/10 is a gap between himself and that Ferrari, and then the next car ahead is a Chevrolet, so he will definitely, but he takes a look on the outside, maybe looking for a switcheroo, uses up as much of the curb, but that was not the prime move to be made. ACRT, we've raced with them in so many of the endurance races here at the AC Friends community, and nonetheless they are one of the biggest thorns in our side. We always look to try and beat them, but unfortunately we've had our own poor mishaps in our tenure here at the AC Friends community. But nonetheless, there he goes, heading down now into the penultimate corner. That is where you want to be as well. You want the inside line, heading down now into the final corner. Does the Ferrari close it off? Yes, it looked like he did, or tried to, but no, he just left that much room for the Mercedes Benz. And there goes Mr. Pollo up into P6 to take that position away. And as I'm speaking, my apologies, as it seems as there is something to go on with Mr. Hamachi, but I think that might have just been a servo glitch there, as I saw him upgrade into P2, but he's a full 10 seconds behind Mr. Neath in front. So we'll continue to watch that gap and see if that can be closed down. But as it stands right now, that Ferrari should be trying to use that Mercedes to just pull himself along as far as he can possibly be pulled, and see if he can maybe keep that position away from the Aston Martin and the charging Porsche driven by Mr. Hoyo in P9 sitting here. We did see him with the pace, and he's looking like he's ready to make his move stick on the Aston Martin, as he is right there in the rear view for the picking. And as well, before I even get to that, we'll take a look at Mr. Alvarez now, as Mr. Hamachi, it seems, oh, my mistake. Mr. Hamachi was promoted from P4 into P3 onto the podium there. So clearly a mistake there by Mr. Alvarez, but Mr. Alvarez definitely not giving it up. So we have 3 constructors on to the podium step as it stands. 1 Alpine, 1 Mercedes, 1 BMW, and then another Mercedes there in the slipstream of the BMW, trying to see if he can maybe catch back up to the pack and make a move and get him back his podium position from the BMW M4 GT4. I did say it earlier, I am a huge fan of the M4 GT4, and that is my favorite car, so I am biasly rooting for that BMW ahead and the Porsche, but nonetheless the Alpine just looks absolutely unstoppable. The Mercedes-Benz as well has the pace this evening, and I'm sure we'll be pushing and pushing and pushing to keep us clear away from the drivers behind, and even trying to gain back that position from the M4 driven by car number 90, or driver number 90, my apologies. 1:14.550 is the fastest lap of the race so far, and these drivers are just leaving it all on track. 5/10 is the gap, and we'll continue to watch and monitor as this race continues. Ladies and gentlemen, what a battle this has been. And there we go, late dive bomb there for the Porsche, and looks very clean to take that position away from the Ferrari. Ferrari conceded that position almost immediately and just said, nope, you clearly have the brakes on the tires to go ahead, so take that position and I'll catch you back on later down. Don't make a mistake, because I'll be right there in the slipstream in the case of any mistakes whatsoever. 6/10 is the gap between himself and the Porsche in front. But nonetheless, as the race has slightly plateaued right now, we'll continue to ride along board. 4 seconds is the gap between the Porsche and the Mercedes. So I'm sure Mr. Hoyer in that Porsche will be trying to put lap in after lap to try and catch back up to the cars ahead. Alvarez now as well, the closest gap that we will be monitoring as his hunt down now to gain back his final podium position will be in the interim. 17 minutes remaining, so only 13 minutes has elapsed, and these drivers are ready to get going already, I'm sure. Cannot wait to see if they can make that move stick. Remember, this is a 30-minute sprint race, and then it will be followed by a brief intermission, my apologies, and then we will have a 90-minute mini endurance, we'll call it, multi-class race with the GT2 class from earlier this evening and the GT4 class. We'll just give the GT4 class a little bit of a break in between this session after this and the actual 90 minutes race, so please stay tuned for the action. Right now is where the drivers are maybe just trying to do a little bit of tire saving and get to the points where you need the tires, and the gap for Mr. Alvarez now is right there, tiptoeing right about a second to the car in front in that BMW. Very consistent is Mr. Hamashi in that BMW M4 GT4. I will remind you as well that I am slightly biased to that car. I don't know the drivers, unfortunately, as this is my first time doing commentary for this league and this community, but nonetheless, I am a huge fan of that Porsche GT4 and that BMW M4 GT4 cars, so I do have a slight bias to want to see that car on the podium. But nonetheless, good luck to all of the drivers. It's nothing personal, it's all about the car. But the Mercedes-Benz, again, it did start from second all the way down to fourth. They did lock out the second and, well, the second row, let me say, and then they definitely had a position up on the first row with the Alpine, who is just absolutely dominant and just making his way through and through and maintaining his position as best as he can possibly. But right now, it's just like a Sunday evening cruise for him, as he's just slowly just keeping that pace and that gap between about 3 to 3.2 seconds, and not gaining, not losing at all to the car behind. This is my relaxed moment where I'll just sit back and enjoy the racing that these drivers have been providing, because this is absolutely something to behold. Always a fan of some good and clean and hard sim racing, and there the BMW looking a little squirrely coming out of the penultimate corner, and does get at least a decent enough exit, but the gap has dwindled now to about 6 tenths of a second, 8 tenths now, so 1.5 1 minute 15.984, 800ths up on the car behind in that Mercedes-Benz. We'll watch and monitor that as the race continues. And in the time that we've been watching this battle ensue, the Mercedes-Benz has made his way up to the Chevrolet Camaro. And there he goes, making his move through the twisty section of this track as they head down now into starting sector 2 and finishing off this lap. But there is Mr. Poyo in that Mercedes-Benz, now promoted into P5. He does have an 8-second gap to the car ahead, and that car ahead did have the pace on him in the qualifying session, so this might just be his position, but you never know. 12 minutes remaining, and he may just be held up by the car ahead of him, the BMW GT4, just long enough for him to catch back up. But 1:16.5 being his last lap, we'll look at him in the next lap to come, as we will have, I mean, he would have had a little bit of traffic there to overtake, so his time might not be indicative, but 1:15.7 was the time for the two cars ahead, and 1:16.8, if I remember correctly, was the time for this Mercedes-Benz. So he does look like the gap is dwindling slightly. And again, as we saw in the GT2s, the qualifying time and the racing, the qualifying setup and the racing setup are two very different things. So, you know, you might not qualify as well, but you might just be finding pace in the race more than the qualifying. So we'll watch as that gap has dwindled by about 3/10 almost to the car in front of him. That Mercedes-Benz now still stuck behind the rear end of that beautiful BMW M4 GT4 car. 7.7 seconds is the gap between Mr. Poyo and Mr. Alvarez. That seems like the closest battle, but we'll continue to watch and ride along board with Mr. Alvarez as he heads down and chases down Mr. Hamashi, and both of them doing a 1:16.1. So as it stands, it looks as if The car number 62 is just kind of just lay waiting and waiting for his moment to make that move stick. This is not the desperation zone. It doesn't make sense passing and then being chased. Sometimes being the chaser will bear fruit, as you just see him being very comfortable heading on those curbs, not really overly pushing that car and just taking his time. So I'm going to leave this one down to strategy and say in the last few moments is where you're going to see him really utilize those tires and maybe push a little bit harder. P2 is definitely out of reach for the 2 because they're 20 seconds down, and we won't even say it's about 25 seconds to P1. So as it stands, he, I'm sure, will be looking to or forward to P3 and finishing off and in the best position that he can, and is just kind of just maintaining that gap at the 8/10 of a second. So not overly pushing, just keeping within the slipstream, just reminding him that, hey, Mr. Mashi, I'm here for the picking and ready to mess your day up, as the 2 are just trading times 1:15.5, 1:15.6, 1:16.117, 1:16.107. It's literally just time after time. He's just sitting there waiting, being extremely strategic. It is now under the 10-minute mark, and I'm sure we'll see the pace starting to drop sooner than later, but he's just not letting the car ahead get pull any gap, and neither is he losing any time or pushing too hard and use up too much of his tires. 9 minutes remain, ladies and gentlemen. Who will be victorious? You can leave your votes in the chat when you get a chance, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing who will be victorious in this battle, as that gap is now down to only 1 second. And my apologies as I did step away momentarily, but the Chevrolet Camaro has been overtaken as well by car number 40 in that Porsche GT4. So he is promoted all the way now to P6 after that early mishap with himself and the Toyota Supra of Mr. Schwartz there in car number 499 gave back the position and had to make his way back up, but the fight between P4 to P7 was early interrupted. But nonetheless, 6 minutes is remaining in this session. And this is where you're going to see that Mercedes-Benz starting to apply a little bit more pressure to see if he can maybe force a mistake in that BMW M4. He's been very patient record the duration of this race and has been very comfortable as well. Again, every lap Mr. Hamashi has set a 1:15.7, then Mr. Poyo would set Mr. Alvarez, sorry, would set a 1:15.7.1 or 7.009. So he's been as patient as possible as he's heading down now. The gap between Mr. Poyo and Alvarez now has increased about 1.5 seconds. I'm not sure what I missed in the duration of me stepping away, but unfortunately for him, again, he looks like he'll be very comfortable to at least get a little bit of damage limitation and finish off in P5. He started in P4, was it? So as it stands, Mr. Hamashi is the biggest winner so far, obviously, other than the top two finishers who are very much so clear above the rest in almost 30 seconds is the gap between P4 or P3 and P1, my apologies. So, you know, just showing the talent that these drivers have is something to behold. But 5:10 still monitoring that gap. Alvarez now definitely looking like he's trying to put the pressure on, as he's 2/10 quicker on that lap, and as at the same time even setting his best lap of the race so far. So he will be definitely using this time to push and push and push, and maybe even try and catch back up and overtake back the car ahead of him in that BMW M4. But as we said earlier, you know who I'm rooting for, that brilliantly decorated BMW M4, as he is pushing now. Maybe he even had something left in the tank and is slightly building a gap to the car behind in that Mercedes-Benz. So maybe he's been patient as well. So that gap, which was 6/10 in the last lap, has now built up by about 5/10, as the gap is now about 1.1 seconds between the two. He was exactly 5/10 off on that lap, so clearly made a mistake, and that just gave Mr. Hamashi this breathing room that he needed. But 1 second is now the gap, so he's definitely making his way back. 3 minutes remain in this session. So who will be victorious here to gain the best of the rest position in P3? Mr. Alvarez, they're definitely not giving up too soon and trying his best to see if he can gain back. Car number 62 wants back that podium position. He started on the podium and wants to finish on the podium. He's now sitting in the best of rest position. 6/10 is the gap between himself and the car ahead. This is what we've denoted the desperation zone, and there he goes, careening off the track onto the grass, and there is his race undone. Will that give Mr. Poyo right behind an opportunity to maybe even throw an extra drama into the fold, as he is now seeing in the sights of him a Mercedes-Benz? There he goes, extremely wide now as they head down now into this penultimate corner. And the one thing to note is the tires would have definitely scrubbed a little bit too much right there, and there you might be feeling the effects of that off track there and the scrubbing, because at the moment he would be overheating the tires. So that puts the BMW firmly 8 seconds ahead, almost 9 seconds, and there goes the Mercedes-Benz of Mr. Poyo of Spain, España, to take that P4 position away, and that is Mr. Alvarez's race undone. What a turn of drama here in the closing stages. We just said that this is a desperation zone, so this is where you push as hard as you can push, but then made his mistake, and now from P3 drops all the way down now, unfortunately, to P5, and will have that Mercedes-Benz. He has to cool down those tires and clean them off as best as possible, especially in these stages. You've done 29 minutes of racing, so at this point, you know, this is where you want to be saving as much of the tires as possible. So unfortunate for him there, but that being said, this should be the final lap of the race. I'm assuming, based on where Mr. Bernard is, but we'll continue to watch that as the racing continues, as he's pulling up on that Aston Martin and Ferrari battle in front. Or they are blue flags. Blue flags. We'll be getting that flag. But they are in a battle to see who will take P10 and P11. Or my apologies, P10 and P9, as the two are fighting. But the Alpine there, right in the rearview mirror, is saying, "Hey sirs, I would like to pass, so get rid of whatever you're doing as quickly as possible." As there goes Aston Martin taking a look down the inside, and the door was closed for a moment's time, and there goes Aston Martin, the Alpine A110, right there in the slipstream of the two, and I'm sure one will be conceding to just let him go as quickly as possible without messing up his race. As you hear a slight lifting of the throttle, but I'm guessing the Alpine is just so comfortable ahead. But in our misery, Mr. Bernard does come in P1, Mr. Neath in P2, and in the BMW M4 comes around the line now to finish off the race. He is heading down now into the penultimate corner in P3. But what a drive there by Mr. Bernard. He looked like he was enjoying this as a Sunday night cruise, and finishes off 10 seconds ahead of the car behind in P2, Mr. Neath. P3 comes to the BMW M4. Mr. Poyo comes around now for my apologies, P4. And does finish off very comfortable in front of Mr. Alvarez, who had his race undone. Just a few moments, a minute left in the race. The Porsche GT4 as well comes around in P6. P7 goes to Mr. Mayo in that Chevrolet Camaro. Mr. Shores in the Toyota Supra had a little unfortunate start, and the two between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari 488 comes around the line to finish off one by the other. P9, P10 and P11 goes to the final BMW on track as he heads down now into the pits. But congratulations there to Mr. Bernard, who did not put one foot wrong and had an absolutely epic race here in just doing what he needed to do as quickly as he needed to do it, and holding off the charging Mercedes in P3. We have three constructors: the Alpine A110, Mercedes AMG, and the BMW M4 to top off the podiums. Congratulations to the three, and what a race that was. And we will have a brief intermission now, as the drivers will get a little break and be preparing for the multi-class race to come. Ladies and gentlemen, what a brilliant battle that was. I am inching for the next stage of the race to begin, but we will be in a brief intermission. In the meantime, please go and get something to eat, get something to drink, put your feet up and be prepared. Sit back and enjoy some what we call lobby or elevator music in the meantime and in the interim, as we take a quick look. As I said earlier, I am a huge fan of the Porsche car, the GT4, as well as any form of Porsche, let's say. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the elevator music that was provided by the AC Friends community team, and we will enjoy and be right back.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter, and you look at me this way. Find it hard to not give in. became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes.
we prepare now for the main event here this evening. We have the two classes, the GT2 right ahead, followed by the GT4s. Again, there will be no qualifying session. We'll be using the results from the first race as our starting grid, the reverse grid positions of the finishing results from the top 10 onwards. So as it stands, we have, well, again, Mr. Mialo and Bohax were the two that did not finish that race in race 1 for the GT2 class, so they will not be reversed. They would be in first and second if they had finished, depending on if they finished in last and ninth. But unfortunate for them, they were disconnected. I believe one more, Mr. Dennis, I'm not seeing on track at the moment, so unfortunate for him, will not be partaking in the main event here. But that being said, Mr. Mir will be in P1, followed by Delero in P2, Vandel in P3. It seems we are having a few disconnections. Maybe the server will be resetting quickly to fix any momentary disputes or issues. So we will be right back with the action as we are about to get racing on the final main event for this evening.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. This way, I find it hard to not give in. Became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have roughly 2 minutes to go until the beginning of this race. We will have a rolling start to begin this section of the race. We have 12 corners on its way. Just to go over briefly, we do have a few rules in the safety car section for today. We have the tire warming sections, or the zones if you may call it, where drivers are allowed to do a little bit of tire scrubbing in the zones of turns 5 to 6, 6 to 7, and then finally 11 to 12. We do want, especially with a safety car start, you want to keep as much temperature in your tires as possible. Just to go over quickly are the drivers and their team names and the cars that they'll be driving this evening. Again, it is afternoon time for us here over in Kingston, Jamaica. But that being said, we have a few names, and unfortunately we do have a few of the drivers missing here, but nonetheless we'll continue to ride along board with the drivers until they, well, maybe they'll be coming down later in this series. But when the lights do go out, nobody should be driving out, and the safety car should be overtaking them, as the safety car will be leading the pack away. But we do have driver 555 by B Sirius ACRT driving the MC20 GT2, Christian Iannuzo, who is not going to be driving today, or I haven't seen him as at least in the Mustang V8 GT2. Gabriel Del Canto in the Huracan ST Evo 2. We have Mr. Radio in the 488 Challenge, and Levente Ferenzi in the my apologies, in the Porsche 991 GT2 RS. Again, the drivers should not be moving out, and the safety car should be passing them as we speak. Some fact is in the KTM Expo GT2 car as well as Dennis Mayer, who was the one who had retired earlier in this race, unfortunately in the sprint race, and I'm not seeing him on track. Or is that him there? Yes, that is him. Thank God. So he is back for the race, the main event, and Adam Lakatos in the next car. Anthony Bleu. Thomas Tasker was the winner of the sprint race, so we'll watch him. Botan Bohak should be there right in the top three, followed by Vasily Vlinov. These are the sections where you should see drivers allowed between 5 and 6, and now 6 to 7. So those are the areas there. They are allowed to be weaving and get as much temperature in as possible. We also have Mr. Romy Anowski, who put on a battle there in that Maserati in the sprint race, so we're definitely excited to see him. Mr. Killian Sattler and Pier Domenico Delera as well. for the GT4 class. We also have the Aston Martin of Rodrigo Mendez, Gunnar Alvarez, who put on what a show. Unfortunately missed out there in the last minute of the first race. There Polo Spain in that Mercedes-Benz did take P4. Lucas Amasha in that BMW GT4 as well made his way through, and there goes the safety car. Max May as well in that Chevrolet Camaro. Eric Neath came in P2, as well as Kimi Hoyo in that Porsche GT4. So we watch and ride along, ladies and gentlemen. The final few cars here are right there and ready as they come around the final corner, and Mr. Mir here leads the pack, and there they go racing. That was a little early in my opinion, but nonetheless, there goes racing, and Mr. Vandel has taken the lead. I'm not sure why he would have jumped that start like that, but nonetheless, looks as if he's giving the position back there to Mr. Mir there in the beginning of that race, but that was not the cleanest getaway there for the top few to start racing. But nonetheless, the race has commenced, and we'll take a quick look now, as well as the GT4s are about to get started as they come around the final corner. They should not be going until they hit the start finish line. I am still watching the gaps, but there they go racing, and there is Aston Martin followed by the Ferrari 488 and the Toyota Supra there. It's getting a little bit of lag there. It looks like there might have been a ping spike there for the drivers, but we'll get back to that in a moment's time. Maybe a safety car has been called. I haven't gotten any notice as yet, but nonetheless, there goes that car driven by Mr. Dalero in P2, currently being under pressure by that Mercedes-Benz by Kylian Sattler and Romianowski, the German in that McLaren. So the driver is now being bullied in that Brabham Motorsports car, and the Maserati and the Mercedes-Benz makes their way through to take back that position as quickly as possible. P7 is Thomas Tasker, who had started in last place and is making his way downtown, walking as fast as he can possibly walk, and makes his way now into P7. So we'll continue to watch and monitor that gap as that goes along. Mr. Neath here as well is the next driver to be watching, as he has Mr. Bernard there in his rearview mirror, and these two finished in P1 and P2 of the sprint race, so we know that they have the pace. They made it by a very dominant fashion. Alvarez there has fallen down to P19, which would have been 1-2. That's about P7 in his class, so that's a little bit unfortunate because he did not get to make up any early places. Mr. Hamashe is the one that we are watching now in that beautiful BMW M4, and he will be pushing as far and fast as he can, as well as the Porsche GT4 right there beside him. But there goes Mr. Vandel, taken by Mr. Gerards. Mr. Gerards there is in the middle of a sandwich. There was a little bit of contact there, but nonetheless they get out unscathed. But there they go. Slipstream is right there hugging and trying to see who can get out as best as possible. Mr. Gerards there is the biggest loser there, now falling back to P10 in his class. So he will have some work to do, but this is a endurance, so you have enough time. There's no need to rush. But the two cars that you want to be watching for this evening is the Mercedes-Benz, but those two Lamborghinis back to back. Thomas Tasker there right on the rear end of that, the next Lamborghini Huracan ST Evo 2. So these two are the drivers that we will be watching for the majority to see what they can do and how they can get through the pack as quickly as possible. Romianowski as well, maybe he's just trying to build up as much of a gap as possible, as well as Mr. Dennis Mayer, who had the pace in P2 but again was disconnected, so that was unfortunate for him there. The Lamborghini and the Brabham Motorsports car did make contact there, and it looks as if he's conceded back that position. So Tasker now into P4, making his way through. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen, Romianowski is trying to put the works on that Mercedes-Benz and get away from the Lamborghini behind him. They did have a little bit of GT4 traffic there in the Chevrolet Camaro driven by Mr. Mayo, currently last in his class, but we continue to watch and monitor that. But No, he's going to be kind of a cog in the screw, as the GT2 classes need to get through as quickly as possible and keep their fights unhinged. But nonetheless, this is a very short track, so I promise you, in a very short amount of time, we will be seeing those drivers, seeing the GT2 cars coming right there amongst them. But there they go, all three of them, all four of them fighting, touching, all of them making contact. The fight for the top step in the GT4 class is now up for grabs, and the Ford, the Porsche, the Alpine, the BMW, the Ferrari, and the Mercedes-Benz, all five of them separated by a few mere tenths here, as the five are now just fighting it out to see who can be victorious. The Aston Martin has just pulled as big of a gap as possible as he could. 3 seconds is a gap between himself and that Porsche. The fighting behind him will give him a little bit of playing room to get away from these drivers. But Mr. Bernard there, who started in dead last, has made his way all the way up now into P2, P3 in his class, and the four of them are still fighting it out. And there they go. They say rubbing is racing, but this is a little bit too much in my opinion, as we watch behind Mr. Bernard and in front as he's trying to put the pressure there, as the Porsche goes extremely wide, and that is him losing at least one place. And there goes the Mercedes down the inside very late on the brakes. They did make a little bit of contact, but the Porsche looks as if he gets out unscathed and gets out, but the Mercedes-Benz, with that low end torque, just pulls out of the corner that much faster. Mr. Bernard now promoted into P2 and will now be on the hunt for Mr. Mendez behind him, and we'll continue to watch and monitor that as that race continues. But while we're speaking there, Mr. Dalero in the Brabham Motorsports car is under threat by Mr. Sasha Gerards right behind him. Vandel in the Maserati has pitted. Not sure if he's taking his mandatory pit from early or if he's just maybe fixing some damage. Who knows, who could tell? But we'll continue to watch and monitor that as Mr. Tasca there goes very deep, maybe just throwing that dummy. I tell you, that is a moment where you're going to see a lot of dummies being thrown, as the drivers will try and just get that next person out of position and make that move stick as quickly as possible. Tasca now in P4, not too far away from P2 either, as it's only roughly about 1.5 seconds between himself and P2 ahead of him. The Mercedes there is only 6 tenths ahead as well. So who is that going sideways? And we saw Mr. Romanowski, unfortunately, had been doing very well keeping out of trouble there. Has to be very patient now before he re-enters the track, and I think this is the best moment to go now after that car, and now has to make his way back through the pack after what a brilliant start for him. Tasca now promoted up from P4 into P2, and here is the traffic that we were expecting. They have loads and loads of GT4 cars right in front of them, and there he goes, losing a little bit of traction and room on track. And here just looks very, this is the issue of these small tracks, because the space will run out so quickly, especially when the GT4 cars are so close to their one another. But now you just have to be as patient but get through as quickly as possible, as that M4 there has to try their best. This track is very tight. There's not really much room and space for two cars, if we're being honest, but nonetheless they get through one by one. Killian Sattler there just sticking there in the rear view, just trying to see where he can make his way through the pack and gain back a position here or there. Sasha Gerards now promoted into P7, has the Mr. Dalera in front of him. He does take the inside line, heading down now into the squiggly section. This is turns 10 to 11, and he will be making that move stick and is now promoted into P6. 10 seconds is the gap between himself and the car in front. We'll continue to watch and monitor that. But that being said, the two BMWs now are behind each other and fighting it out. The GT2s making their way through. And there is Mr. Hamashi right beside Mr. Kindred, and it does take that position away. Didn't look too difficult to make that move stick. Maybe just saying, hey, you know, we have the pace, let's not fight. This is pack racing. Let's pull each other along and we'll make our way through slowly but surely. But now Mr. Kindred is hoping that Mr. Hamashi won't be slowing him down and will be using him to gain an advantage on the cars, maybe try and even catch back up to the cars ahead as they move through the field. As this looks like the moment where the race will settle even slightly. We'll continue to watch as the gaps are built in between each other. We're still watching that Lamborghini there, almost 8/10 quicker on that lap to the car ahead, the Mercedes-Benz. So we'll watch to see what happens there with that duo as they will be chasing. They just overtook the likes of the Aston Martin, Mr. Mendez, I believe, and they will be fighting their way through. 6/10 is the gap between Mr. Delcant and Mr. Sattler. Moments like these where you would love to have a running mate in the commentary booth to run and work off of. But there is Mr. Romanowski now making his way up onto the rear end of that Maserati, and I'm sure we'll be trying to dispatch of him as quickly as possible. Yes, you may have an incident here or there, but please be reminded it is an hour and 17 minutes basically remaining in this session. So the race is not over. Anything can happen. Disconnections, as we saw earlier. We can see crashes that may force you to have to go into the pits, as we see Mr. Vandel just pulling off to the side and allowing Mr. Romanowski to get through, and maybe we'll be using him to pull along or be pulled along for the next few stages of the race. But there goes Mr. Del Cante making the move on the Mercedes-Benz, and again the grid is topped up by the Lamborghinis. It finished in P4 in the first race, if I am not mistaken. It could be P3, my apologies if I am. I do not have my notes in front of me, but nonetheless, these cars are so very exciting to watch as he goes side by side with the race leader, Mr. Bernard. They did look like they may have made a little bit of contact, and that is a GT4 class race leader, my apologies. But the two get out unscathed, even though the Alpine looks very late on the brakes. But with a lighter car, you know, you can definitely get out a little bit easier. He pulls to the side is Mr. Bernard and allows that Mercedes-Benz to get out of the way as quickly as possible. He will have, I saw another car in his rear view mirror, but that may have just been Mr. Neath in the Mercedes-Benz. So he should be clear for now, away from the cars behind, but we'll watch and monitor that as the race goes on. There goes a Ferrari around the outskirts of that Mercedes-Benz, driven by Eric Neath of Neath Academy. So we'll continue to watch as these drivers keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And there goes a Mercedes, looking like he wants to overtake the GT2 car, and so said, so done. I'm not sure what's going on there, but clearly a little bit I'm lost for words. What is going on here with the GT2? But at the moment, the GT2 is even slowing down the GT4 from keeping up with the race leader, Mr. Bernard, and that gap has been built to 3.5 seconds. So not necessarily sure what had taken place there, but nonetheless, the move has finally been made and they have been moving on. We'll take a quick look now at the Mercedes-Benz of Mr. Alvarez, who is on the hunt for that Porsche GT4 driven by Mr. Hoyer right in front of him. So yeah, as I said, right now would have been the perfect opportunity to have a running mate, as we see another driver in the pits there, Mr. Dalera in the Brabham Motorsports car. So we'll watch and monitor that, what he's deciding to do there. but as it stands, the race has slightly plateaued a little bit. We'll ride along still with Mr. Alvarez here, who is on the hunt for the Porsche GT4 in front, and has Mr. Hamache right in his rear view in that BMW M4. Well, 3 seconds is the gap, so he does have a little bit of space, like we say, but nonetheless, we'll continue to watch as that race unfolds. That is a GT2 car overtaking the GT4 car. I was wondering how it was keeping up for so long, but nonetheless, that is Mr. Romanowski in the rear view there, leading up to his next overtake on the next GT4 car to come. And there he goes, takes that left inside line and makes his way through. At the moment is just trying to keep up with Mr. Bohax as he goes into turn 3, and it looks like Mr. Bohax did go a little bit wide there, so that does put him under threat now by Mr. Romanowski. So we'll definitely look forward to what battle is to come in the next few moments. We have 1 hour and 12 minutes remaining, and this is a brilliant start to this race. We'll watch and monitor to see if there's anything to pop up in the next few moments, but for the immediate future, boy, I'm enjoying what I am watching. I'm looking at a few messages that we were receiving regarding the race, but there is Mr. Kindred on the inside there of that Aston Martin. There is the BMW and the Aston Martin, but the Toyota Supra from the start of the race has had some ping issues, unfortunately, and we're seeing it here live in action as his car is just teleporting and rubber banding all throughout. I'm assuming I would have had the same or a similar issue as well if I was to be racing, seeing that I'm all the way over in Jamaica, but nonetheless, just trying to see what his ping looks like, but can't see from here. But nonetheless, yeah, we'll watch and monitor that. Hopefully the admins will be watching as well to make sure that there's no discrepancies with the server and the racers as the session goes on. These two definitely enjoying themselves here as a fight. They are separated by only a few mere tenths, 2 tenths to be exact, as that BMW just rides the rear end of that Aston Martin and just says, sir, just make that one mistake and I will take it. But it's looking like he's just lining himself up for that late dive bomb there, and immediately the Aston Martin goes defensive. Little bit of swerving there, but nonetheless, and no, goes a little bit too deep is the BMW, and that will give the advantage now back to the Aston Martin to pull away from the car behind. But now the gap is still separated by about 2 tenths of a second, and there they go heading into turn 1. There looked like there might have been contact, but luckily not too bad of anything, nothing to really throw off the balance of either of the cars. And now that BMW is stuck in again in the rear view or rear end of that Aston Martin, which is basically just pulling Mr. Shores in that Toyota Supra back into action. And there the BMW goes, finally making a move stick, and is promoted now into 7th in his class, P17 to be exact. We'll take a look now as the Porsche is on the rear end of that neon Mercedes-Benz GT4. So we'll watch to see what happens there with those two cars now, as they seem that they would like to start some form of battling in the next few moments. But the GT4 class still not separated by that much. I mean, it's basically broken down into 3 races nonetheless, but Bernard and Neath, the two P1 and P2 from the original race, now continue that trend in P1 and P2 of this race and are enjoying themselves for the interim in their current position. But the Supra did get past the Aston Martin. I'm sure the two will be fighting it out for the next few moments as Mr. Mondrak there is just not that far ahead. But is that Mr. Mira? Yes, it is Mr. Mir. Sorry, Dennis Mir, the current race leader who makes his way through the first set and has Mr. Tasca there only 8 tenths behind him. So he did lose out a little bit of time getting through that GT4 mixture, but nonetheless, it still looks like he might have gotten a little bit safe from Mr. Tasca as well. At 0 and 10 minutes remaining, this is going to be a little bit of a task for him, as the pace there from Mr. Tasca is ridiculously good. But nonetheless, Dennis is not a slow driver. We've seen him put on a spectacle. He had P2 in the works up until that disconnection. So, but there goes Mr. Tasca right there on the rear end of that GT2, that Lotus Exige. So we'll definitely see what happens in the next few moments, as he will be on the chase for Mr. Dennis Mir, and the two will be fighting it out for the foreseeable future. This is a battle that we want to stick along with, as we will ride on board with Mr. Tasca as he heads down now into the first few corners, now heading down into 4, now into 5, and we'll be hugging that outside curb, staying in that slipstream as long as you can. Hit the brakes by the 200, turn in, use as much of the curb on the outside there, don't touch the wall, turn in quickly, throws that dummy. That dummy is the one that we've seen just throw drivers off in the past, and it will just make you think just an extra little bit, but he was a little bit far away to really force any mistake, let's say. But still, nonetheless, he's right there in the picking and ready to make his move. Stick on the car ahead of him is Thomas Tasca, and he will be trying his best to see if he can make that move done and stuck as quickly as possible. 5 tenths is the gap between the two, and he does already take a look on the inside, but that inside will turn to the outside now. But Dennis does hold off as best as possible as they head down now into turn 1, 2, and then 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the battle that we want to see, where unfortunately we missed it in the first race because of the disconnection and there was a little bit of a gap. So now that the roles are reversed, P2 is now in P1 and P1 is now in P2. We'll watch and see how these two will be fighting it out for the foreseeable few sectors and laps. There's absolutely no rush to make any moves stick right now. If I was Tasca, I would kind of just be enjoying this, maybe put a little bit of pressure on Mr. Dennis there and see if he can even push him to use up more tires than he would have wanted early enough. Then just mount the attack and take the move away from him, take the position away from him in the latter stages. But nonetheless, this is their race, and I'm clearly not of the caliber of these guys. But nonetheless, I will continue to spectate and enjoy as they have a line of GT4 cars on the way. So one will be hoping to use this line in defense, one will be hoping to use this line in offense, which will work better for who. Only time will tell as they are heading down now. Again, this is the nature of the smaller tracks with multi-class racing, especially with GT2 and GT4. You're going to see a lot of these guys as you see the Mercedes-Benz of Mr. Alvarez there, the Spain driver, the Italian driver, looking in the rear view basically of the cars. So he did maybe put a foot wrong and has fallen back. But there is Tasca now making the moves on that looks like a BMW. So that should be Mr. Hamashi right there in that BMW M4. But he just stays out of trouble and just does what he needs to do. He still has 5 seconds to catch up to the cars ahead. I'm sure he'll be hoping that the GT2s will play some role in slowing them down as well for him. But nonetheless, we continue to ride along board. They've gotten through the traffic and now it's just time to fight through and see who can get out ahead of the next person. As we see Mr. Romanowski had fallen down to P10, my apologies. has made his way now into P8 and is fighting for that P7 position to try and gain back as many points as possible. So we'll watch and monitor that. But nonetheless, Mr. Tasker is the one that we will be watching, as he is right there on the rear end of Mr. Dennis Mir and is definitely trying to force a mistake for the Lotus Exige driver. And again, we'll see, just like we did in the original race with one Lamborghini and two Lamborghinis and one Lotus Exige in the first race. That Lotus was sandwiched, and in the second race the two Lamborghinis took P1 and P2 with their victory lap. They enjoyed that race, as did we. And there goes Mr. Romanowski. Does have the outside line heading now into the final corner, and the two go side by side. This will be outside line turning into the inside line, heading now into turn one, but does make contact there with the wall and does not benefit from that run. And Mr. Bohats in front of him does make the move stick and well, maintains that position and keeps himself safe and ready for the next few moments. They do have that GT4 car, who I believe is Mr. Alvarez, right there in front. No, it is not. Apologies. That looks like Mr. Neath, who is in P2 in his class at the moment, separating the two, and I'm guessing they would want him to get out as quickly as possible, just get out of the way so that they can get on with their race. But there they go, right around the outside. That is a proper way to get around them as well. Don't force your way, even though you are in the midst of battle. Just take your time, pick your strategy, and make your intentions as clear as possible. I'm staying on to my line. You will have I believe the GT4s would have more downforce and more weight, so they should be a little bit nicer through these corners, but the GT2s are faster in the straightaways. So take it on the outside and make your way downtown, walk fast, and you get through as quickly as you need to. But we'll continue to ride along board here with Mr. Romanowski, who is still on the hunt, very much so on the hunt for Mr. Bohats in front of him. Just moments ago, we did see an attempt for Mr. Delcant trying to overtake a blue flag of his own class there, but unfortunately couldn't make it stick. And the racing is just getting confusing as the races are just being bombarded by the two different classes. As the racing has been going on, but Delcant is making his way through as quickly as he can. Who's right there in his rear view is the same car that he had just overtaking for the blue flags, is Mr. Bohawk. So we'll definitely continue to watch and monitor that as these two are fighting it out in these stages. We've finished roughly about 40 minutes now. So we do have under an hour to finish. Luckily for Mr. Hamash, he has caught up to the rear end of that Porsche G4. They do not have much traffic near them at the moment. I'm assuming some of the GT2 traffic got him back into the mix and the fold of the action, so he's now 5 tenths behind that GT4 Porsche. So we'll continue to watch that and see how that will come into the fray as the race does keep going forward. It is Alpine, Mercedes, Porsche, then BMW, then Mercedes, then BMW in the GT4 class as it stands for GT2. It is a Lotus, the two Lamborghinis, the Mercedes, the Ferrari, the KTM Expo of Sasha, the the Maserati driven by Romeo Naus in P7, and Daliro in P8, Vandel in the Maserati in P9. We do apologize as well if as it looks as if Tasca has finally made that move stick on Dennis Mir. But yes, there is a little bit of construction going on my building, so if you are hearing the background noise, I do apologize, but it is a little bit distracting, which is why I'm sounding a little bit out of array. But there is Dennis now losing out to Tasca and maybe seeing if he can gain back that position. Does come off with the brakes that much earlier to try and get back into the mix, but no, does not look like it's going to work out for him, as the driver racing for Expecto Petronas is now sitting in P2 and has been leading the race for the first 40 minutes of the sprint. Now has the next 50 minutes to look forward to chasing down Mr. Tasca, the man with the plan, the race winner from race 1 and the man who has the undeniable pace this evening. So we'll continue to watch and ride along board with him here as the battle ensues. There, ladies and gentlemen, the pit window is now open. Hamachi in the BMW is the first to head into the pits, maybe trying to see if he can pull off an undercut on the cars in front of him. There was a little bit of traffic ahead of him before he entered into the pits, and some GT2 cars coming, so maybe that was his moment to just get in, dive in and get his pit stop out of the way, and then hopefully the GT2 cars will mess up the competitors around him, causing him to get a little bit of free air. But he is still in the pits as it stands, and I'm sure we'll be trying to get out as quickly as possible. to finish up. The pit window is open for 18 and a half minutes. So we'll watch to see what happens there as Mr. Mayor as well comes in for his pit stop. And early pit stops here just to see if they can get as much out of the way and get the strategy side of things out of the way for themselves. But we'll watch and see where they come out on track when they're exiting. But nonetheless, Mr. Dennis Mir is falling off slightly to the car ahead. Where they're on track, and they don't have much traffic, so right now the strategy would be just to hold pace and see if they can maintain. He does have a 13 and a half second gap to the cars behind, so he should be very much so comfortable. There is Hamashi coming out of the pits now, and he does have a few cars coming behind him. One more is there right on the rear end of his car. And it is a GT4 car, the Mercedes-Benz, driven by Mr. Alvarez, is it? No, it is not. Oh, it's Mr. Neath, my apologies, who is in P2 currently and would be going to lap him at this point, although he has not taken a pit stop as yet, so it is not necessarily as bad as it may seem. But nonetheless, now he has Mr. Neath in his rear view, doesn't want to be fighting too much with him, and he has a Supra of Mr. Schwartz in front of him, car number 499, who was having some lagging issues early on. So I'm sure he'll be hoping and praying that this doesn't get into his way in the next few stages. But there it goes, and that should be blue flags. As he goes around is Mr. Neath now, and I'm sure he'll be using Mr. Neath to pull him along and through that car of Mr. Schwartz. And there they go, making their way downtown, and he will at this point, I'm sure, will be just using Mr. Neath to pull him through the pack and get through as quickly as possible. Who is that ahead? Looking relatively slow. Right now, it's not about racing, it's not about unlapping yourself. Right now, it's just about using the drivers ahead to pull me through and get through as quickly as possible, and maybe even get me closer and closer to the cars in front of me. So that would be my strategy here. Don't race, just keep within at least a second of the car ahead, and his pace will pull you along. And as we speak of this, you just see Mr. Neath is just making his way through, and that is where you don't want to be making that move. Look very squirrely there. And as you speak of that, the GT2 car of Mr. Sasha Gerard comes around the bend and makes that overtake as cleanly as possible. Camaro of Mr. Mayo, I'm assuming Mayor just had to concede that and just let the cars go through as quickly as possible. Sasha Gerard there in P6 makes his way through. He's about 9.5 seconds behind the next competitor, the Ferrari of driver number 16, who is 1.8 seconds behind Mr. Catlow. So again, with 45 minutes remaining, 15 minutes is remaining in the pit window. So we'll watch and monitor this as the drivers go on. there goes Mr. Sasha Gerard there into the pits and takes his pit stop as quickly as possible. Mr. Mialo is on the rear end of that Mercedes-Benz, and now it is where they will be fighting. Will one pull the strategy of an undercut? Will one pull the strategy of an overcut? Only time will tell and give us a better, well, will tell us what will happen in the next few moments as they head down now, nearing through the pit entry, 4 tenths to get between the Ferrari and that Mercedes-Benz. Will anybody take the dive? Yes, it was. And there, no, my apologies. That was just a racing as the Ferrari, I thought for a split second there, was going to just dive into the pits and maybe see if he could do an undercut, but maybe says he wants to make the move on merit and then go as long on these tires as possible and see if he can make his way through at the latter stages of this race. But as it stands, P4 and P3 are separated by only 0.8 of a second. Dennis Mayer has taken his pit stop and is still in the pit stops as we speak, so we'll watch him to see what he does in the next few moments of this race. Green should indicate that they have taken a pit stop, but we are noticing that some have taken it and the green line has not updated, so I'm assuming that will be how that is just an error on the ACTV tower side. But nonetheless, we continue to watch and monitor as the race ensues. There goes the Ferrari into the pits, and that is the strategy. He is seeing 11 minutes remaining on the pit window and decides that, hey, let me see if I can go for an undercut. Maybe hope that Mr. Catler in front will make a mistake there, and as you see, he has found himself in the midst of some GT4 cars, so he will have that traffic to work with, and that would give Mr. Mialo in the Ferrari a little bit of breathing room there on his exit, because I believe by the time he comes out, he should be fine in terms of the lap traffic. So we'll watch and monitor this. I'm assuming Mr. Sattler in that Mercedes-Benz will be making his way into the pits on this lap or the lap after. Not sure which one. Maybe he'll try and make back up sometime, as a matter of fact, but we'll watch and monitor that. But his pace will have to improve if he wants to stay in front of the car behind, as we see Mr. Romianowski, who I believe has not pitted as yet, is making his way into the pits, and that is Mr. Mialo of the Ferrari. Unfortunate for us here and for him, disconnects from the server, and that gives Killian that position safe and sound away from anybody else who was going to threaten that position from him. I see Mr. Tasker there coming out of the pits now, and where is Mr. Dennis Mirror as he's coming around the penultimate corner, so did not get the undercut, unfortunately, as Mr. Tasker is now let's see how far, roughly about 13 seconds ahead. And there is Mr. Mialov just rejoining the servo. So, and that would not be a pit stop for him, I believe. I'm not sure. So he's going to re-enter the race, it seems, and unfortunate for him because he was running such a beautiful race there in that few stages of the race. But nonetheless, we'll continue to watch and monitor that as we see Mr. Neath there in P1 of his race. Mr. Bernard has taken his pits. I'm assuming, yeah, based on this, Mr. Neath has not taken his pit stop as yet. He has about 6 laps remaining until he has to definitely go into the pit, so we'll continue to watch and monitor that. But I'm sure with Mr. Bernard going in, he will eventually come in, maybe on this lap or the following, but definitely not this lap. He's quite comfortable on those tires. Let's see what kind of pace he's running. As he passes the start finish line at 1:15.479, so he does still have enough grip on these tires, and especially with the GT2 class and the lapping of the other cars coming in. I'm sure the time will go down slow and slow, but we'll watch and see what Mr. Bernard does with his next lap as he's coming around the final section now, as we see Mr. Romanowski in P8 now in the pits, and will be making his way through to change his tires and take his mandatory pit stop on the way. And a 1:15.4 was for Mr. Bernard. So Mr. Neath there is quite comfortable with this pace. It's just that the pit window closes in about 7 minutes, so you have roughly about 5 minutes, maybe even 6, to get that pit stop. But do you want to leave it until the last minute? You know, anything can happen. And so said, so done. In goes Mr. Neath into the pit stops to make his way through and see if he can gain as much, well, get his pit stop as quickly as possible. Mr. Bernard here does have a little bit of traffic, or had, let me say, passing him. I believe one more car behind him, but then he will be coming around the final section of the track. We'll watch this because this looks like it could be relatively close, as the cars racing right now is Mr. Neath and Mr. Bernard, as Mr. Bernard now comes around the penultimate corner, the final hairpin, and he will be coming out as quickly as possible. And he does look like he's getting back that position away from Mr. Neath, who will be relegated from P1 now back into about P3, but that is just a net, but he is in net P2, as we see Mr. Bernard here just coming around the corner and very comfortably so taking back the lead away from the current driver number 3 of Neath Academy, and taking that position right back and snatching it away. The next driver would have been Mr. Mondrak. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I think I may have made a little mistake there, as he has not overtaken Mr. Neath as yet, but Mr. Bernard now is on the hunt to see if he can gain back that position away from Mr. Neath. So we'll watch this because this will be a little bit closer than we even expected, as he is now exiting the pits. Mr. Bernard now stuck in the slipstream of that Chevrolet Camaro, and Mr. Neath looks like he might be getting out right there behind or in front of Mr. Bernard, and the pit stops may have worked for him, as the overcut worked and the two come side by side now. And nope, that lead lasted a mere few tenths of a second, as Mr. Bernard came out right on time and passed him right on the inside line, as you know, he had his tires way more up to speed and had the pace to come out and just snatch back that P1 position. But now Mr. Neath has the better tire strategy and will be definitely trying to warm up as quickly as possible. The pace was matching 1:15.2s each, so they do have similar pace. Who will be the victor now? 33 minutes remaining, and the Mercedes-Benz will be on the hunt for that Alpine A110 right in front of him, ready for the picking and for the attacks and the fights and the battles. Let's ride along board with Mr. Neath now as he tackles on the race leader, Mr. Bernard, for the final half an hour of this race. Has the fresher tires. Who will be victorious? Only time will tell. And there the Porsche going a little too wide there onto the grass, onto the dirt itself, and will lose position to Mr. Mash right in front of him in that BMW M4 GT4 car. So unfortunate for him there, but he will still be on the hunt. Pit window closes in about a minute. We hope anybody who has not pitted as yet has already made their way into the pits, as we will still ride along with Mr. Neath here, who is still on the hunt and has that GT2 car right there in the rear view mirror. I believe that's Dennis Mayer. Yes, it is, who I'm sure Mr. Neath will be hoping will slow down Mr. Bernard for even a second, but no, it does not look like that will be the case, as that gap will now extend to about 0.8 of a second, and Dennis is now back on the hunt for Mr. Tasker in front of him. As it stands, it looks like the battle between Mr. Neath and Mr. Bernard will be put on pause for even the time being, at least, as the gap has been extended to about a second. But the battle to watch now is between the Porsche and the BMW, as the two will be fighting it out. 1/10 quicker was the Porsche on that lap to the BMW, so we'll watch and monitor that as the race continues. back with commentary. I do apologize for the momentary silence as I had to take a quick little break to rest my voice. Talking for almost 4.5 hours straight is not the easiest thing to do. It's something I'm definitely not trained for, but nonetheless, we've seen some drama here unfolding. As it stands, Mr. Neath has pulled about has lost about 3.5, almost 4 seconds to Mr. Bernard in that GT4 class. I'm seeing in the comments that the two Brabhams are really going at each other, and that they were. They looked at like friends and teammates at first, ended up as enemies in the wall, but nonetheless, they were definitely battling it out for the foreseeable. Well, at that time it was a foreseeable future. Now it's the very distant past. But nonetheless, this race has had a mixture of so much drama. The tight and short circuit of the NASCAR circuit at Sonoma Raceway does throw some very difficult overtaking opportunities. We even saw not too long ago Mr. Neath and Mr. Kindred, I believe, finding themselves into their one another, trying to overtake a blue flag, and the blue flag not very much so relenting up his or relinquishing his position too easy. But nonetheless, anything that needs to be spoken about can be spoken as men of valor at the end of this race. But as we ride along here with Mr. Gerard, he is slowly closing that gap to the car in front of him in that Mercedes-Benz, and we did see this in the latter stages of the sprint race. So will he have enough time, 14 minutes, to catch back up to the car ahead? 8.7 is the gap between himself and Mr. Sattler. That is a Porsche driven by Mr. Hoyo right in front of him that he will have to overtake very quickly, but I'm assuming by the time he gets to him might be right by turns 7 to 9 or 7 to 10, let me say, where it's a little bit of a squiggly school. But then by the time you head into the braking zone, he should get the move done and ready and moving on to the next. The gap has dwindled to now 8 seconds, so he's definitely on the hunt. As I said, you want to just get rid of these cars as quickly as possible, and there you go, right by the braking zone at the end of 11, or sorry, for the start of 11, heading now into the final corner by turn 12, makes his way through and is now back on the hunt for Mr. Sattler right in front, who does have some traffic in front of him. So this may or may not work in the favor of Mr. Sasha Gerard in the next few dying moments. As you see the Toyota Supra, you should have seen the race car for Mr. Sasha Bernard there coming over the hill crest, but nonetheless, we'll continue to watch and monitor that gap as it's now slightly, I would say, maintained at about 8 seconds. I'm seeing about 3 or 2 GT4 cars that Sasha will have to overtake to reach up to Mr. Sattler in front of him. So we'll watch and see how quickly he can dispatch of those, as that gap has dropped by another 0.5 of a second. So clearly Sasha finding the pace here in the latter stages of the race, and I'm sure will be trying his best to overtake the cars in front of him as quickly as possible. Almost a second has elapsed in between the two. 7.6 is the gap between himself and Mr. Sattler. 1 minute 12.215. We'll continue to watch this as he has, I think it's the Toyota Supra next up on the chopping block. As we saw, at least 2 corners ahead was Mr. Killian Sattler, just trying to get away as quickly as possible. This looks like the best fight that's on the way, as the Supra looks like it's just pulling off the racing line, or I thought so. Yep, pulls off the racing line, allows the GT2 to get through as quickly as possible, and there goes Sasha now. 7.5 is the gap, He is hunting, hunting, hunting. 11 minutes remaining. Has the Camaro in front now to get by as quickly as possible, and then it should be smooth sailing or a free open road. Nope, sorry, my apologies. There's another Mercedes right in front of him as the gap now dwindles to about 7 seconds. In between 7.5 after the hairpin. We'll continue to watch and ride along board. We do leave those late minute dives until the last few moments. I'm sure Sasha will see that gap dropping, but I'm sure at the same time that Mercedes will see the gap dropping as well, and we'll be trying to put that gap or maintain and stabilize it as possible. As you can see, that blue Mercedes in the forefront of the KTM Expo. 10.5 minutes remaining. You see Mr. Milo disconnecting. He was sat in the pits. Unfortunately for him, he looked like he had a battle to go with Mr. Sattler in the original stint of this race, but unfortunately was disconnected right when the thick window had opened. And that was his race undone. He was just sitting down, I'm guessing, watching and learning and seeing how his competitors for the next 3 rounds will be. But nonetheless, 8 seconds is the gap, and it looks like Sasha will have his work cut out for him as the race ensues. Right now, this does look like the status quo, ladies and gentlemen, and what a race it has been. I did enjoy this. It did plateau at moments, but then there was still drama with the blue flags, and it seems as if every lap you put one foot right, then the Mercedes just counters it immediately. So 8 seconds is that gap stabilizing that Mercedes just took, in Jamaican term, took with himself, and made sure to get out of the way of the steaming GT2 car in front, or behind now. Well, behind at the time, in front now. And we will continue to watch and monitor that as Sasha stays in P5 and is still very much so on the hunt. Romanowski, sorry, my apologies, is in the battle here with the likes of the 488 GT4, was that? No. Yes, the 488 GT4, my apologies. So he will be definitely looking to get by as quickly as possible, but again, not that close of a gap between himself and anybody else. 7.3 is now the gap between Sasha. 8 minutes remain. At this point, you can just hope for a miracle and just keep your head down and push. But that being said, Mr. Tasca has not put a foot wrong in that brilliant Lamborghini Huracan. Started off in last himself. Dennis Mayer did start off in P1 with the reverse grid, but unfortunately had been caught up by Mr. Tasca and was passed. But the battle itself was very good as Dennis held off as long as he could, but nonetheless the charging Tasca just took the position, and they just saw one opportunity, one door open, and just took that opportunity. So it worked out in his favor and hasn't looked back since. For the GT4s, Mr. Bernard did have a nice battle there going on with Mr. Neath, but unfortunately traffic just bridged that gap, and that 5/10 gap turned into a second, turned into 2, turned into 5, and now has diminished to an 11, or sorry, extended to an 11.5, almost 12-second gap. And Mr. Neath is comfortable, don't get me wrong, in P2. Finished the sprint race in P2. Bernard did finish the sprint race in P1, and those positions are repeated again. Looked like there was a possibility of contact there between the Ferrari and the Alpine, but the Ferrari got out of the way at the right time as the Porsche is there right in the rear view mirror, ready for the pickings. That 8-second gap has also dropped now to 6.3 seconds, 6.5 to be exact. but between Sasha and Mr. Sattler. So we'll continue to watch that and see if that can dwindle any further. I will say myself, however, though, that Mr. Thomas Tasker here has put on a brilliant drive this evening, this afternoon for us here in Jamaica. As he has not put one foot wrong, has been consistent 1 minute 10.8 when everybody else is in the 11s, and has just been making his way through and through throughout the entirety of this race. And what an epic battle he has put on, and dominant performance here this evening. 4 minutes remaining in this session. Him and Mr. Bernard themselves have just taken these two races and taken them by the horn and ran away with it as they finish up this final few minutes. A brilliant race by Mr. Mir as well, who again was in P2 in the sprint race but then got disconnected, then started on pole position for the reverse grid. And now sits very much so comfortable in P2, 60.7 seconds the gap between himself and Mr. Tasco. And then Mr. Delcante is right there in the rear view in the next Lamborghini. So this was how it looked in the original sprint race, and this is how it looks again in this battle. Sattler and Gerard did improve because of Mr. Mayor's disconnection, but nonetheless, this was the top 5 original position. We did see Gerard catch up to Mr. Sattler in the latter parts of that race, but it does not look like it's going to be possible here this evening, as 3 minutes remaining, and it is still only a 7-second gap to Mr. Sattler for Mr. Gerard. And as it stands, it looks like the final point standings for the each of the classes, let me say, for round 1 of the Rookie World Masters at Sonoma Raceway, the NASCAR circuit. Again, we're getting a lot of noise in the background. We're hoping that the stream isn't picking it up, but it is a little bit distracting, so I do apologize if I'm stuttering a little bit. At the moment, I can barely even hear myself, so I'm praying and hoping that you guys aren't hearing what I'm hearing. But nonetheless, we are working assiduously to make sure that this race just comes to a conclusion as smoothly as possible. ladies and gentlemen, this is the what I will call the final lap. What I will call the final lap here this evening, as there is 30 seconds remaining in the session, and Mr. Tasca, Thomas Tasca, is now rounding around the final sector, or just ending sector 1 and heading now into the final sector. So after 14 seconds he should be making it and making his way to the start finish line and finishing off this race in style, as he's now coming around to the final sector and it comes around the final bend now to take the lead. Does his victory lap and is the race winner this evening. Mr. Thomas Tasca, after a brilliant showcase of his driving, did not put one foot wrong for the reverse grid. Started in the last position, finished in P1. Dennis Mira again as well. Mira, sorry, my apologies. Started in P1, did fall back to P2, only lost out to Mr. Tasca, the winner of the original race. And there goes Mr. Delcant, who is basically just letting the blue flags go by and race, because he is so far and clear to take P3 and the final podium position. Congratulations to the top 3 finishers. Mr. Bernard as well finishes off in P1 of the GT4 classification. Neath is coming around now to finish in P2, and the next driver right there, Mr. Delero, in P3 for the podium, top 3 podiums for the GT4 class. Sasha Gerard now comes around now for P5. P6 goes to Mr. Romianowski, and then P7 for Vandel Bohax in P8. As we said earlier, Bernard does take P1 in his class. P2 does go to Mr. Neath. Dalero in P3. Polo in the Mercedes-Benz in P4. And there is a victory lap. There is a victory lap for Mr. Bernard. What an epic finish to this race. Some drivers opening their doors and enjoying themselves there, maybe cooling off a little bit after such a race, such a long and dramatic race, as the drivers are side by side, Mr. Tasca and Mr. Bernard, and the 2 Lamborghinis there enjoying this victory lap. Fastest lap of the race does go to Mr. Tasco. Fastest lap of its class does go to Mr. Bernard. The 2 did not put a foot wrong, and the 2 enjoyed this race. And if I am being honest, there goes a beautiful BMW M4 of Mr. Hamashi, and he does finish off in P5. Hoyo in the Porsche in the P6. Shores in the Toyota Supra in P7. Alvarez in the Mercedes in P8. Kindred in the P9, Mayer in P10, and Monrak in P11. I did enjoy this race, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for joining us here at AC Friends. I have been your commentator for this evening, this afternoon for us here in Jamaica. It is now 4:30, almost 4. Well, sorry, my apologies. It is now 4:13. And I've been your host, Mr. Stephen Stewart. I hope I'll be back, and looking forward to many, many more races in this season. But nonetheless, we bid you a very good night and a very good evening. Thank you.